All right, it is 8:30, and so I'm going to call to order the council meeting of September 9th. We have an agenda in front of us, and I know one of our councillors is tied up at this moment, and I'm going to guess that she might want to add something in council and committee reports on Kneehill housing, so I'm going to put a placeholder in there for her. So that'd be 9.1. And I have an addition in closed session, which will be 11.2, intergovernmental relations, under section 26 on the access to information. Any other? Sure, Councillor Cunningham.
I'll just add Division 5 update, please, for council and committee reports.
9.2.
Thank you.
Any others? Councillor Christie.
Quick report on community futures.
Community futures, 9.3. Any other additions to the agenda? Deputy Reeve McGee.
Quick Division 1 report.
9.4. Division 1. 9.5 is harvest report, which is foremost in all of our minds. Any other additions to the agenda? Councillor Christie.
If not, I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you for that. So I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. The regular meeting minutes from August 26th were pre-circulated. Are there any addition or any corrections, any comment on those? If not, would someone care to move their adoption? Councillor Penner.
I'd move the approval of adoption of the minutes of the August 26, 2025 regular council meeting as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. So we have a motion to approve the council minutes from the August 26th meeting as presented. All those in favor? And that's also carried unanimous. Thank you. The first item in our agenda this morning, and she pre-warned us that she was coming, is 5.1.1, which is Policy 5.1, Review of Planning and Development Fees. And welcome, Barb, Ms. Hazelton, and anytime you're ready.
Good morning, Reeve, members of council. So just as part of the normal rotation for reviewing policies, this is being brought to council with a couple of minor changes for your review. This policy was put in place to ensure a consistent approach to processing applications and any refunds that might be provided based on where the application is in the process. This policy was last reviewed by council in May of 2021. We have removed one clause under refunds and revised the clause following it, which now notes refunds or partial refunds for the applications that have gone through the majority of the process would require the approval of the CAO or designate. We have also made some formatting changes to the numbering in the policy. And it should be noted that we rarely refund application fees. It's not something that comes up a lot. One other item that I missed before it got into the package. So on the original policy number 9, where it says permitted use development permits that are withdrawn before the permit is issued will receive a full refund. And I missed that point in the new policy. So I just want to swap that one over as well. But other than that, it's what we're proposing.
So you're suggesting they would be under refunds, then there'd be a 0.5, which would basically say
Correct.
Exactly what 0.9 says in the old policy.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Or somewhere in that numbering.
Yes.
Okay. So any questions for planning with regard to this proposed new redraft of the planning and development fees and refunds policy? Yes, Councillor Forbes, please.
Just curious to the feedback from the public when they come in to do the process and then it gets denied and they don't get their funding back. So has there been a lot of pushback from?
No, people are aware of that up front,
Delightful.
so it's gone through the process. We've done all the work, so it's,
Perfect, thank you.
we've never even had anyone ask, I don't believe, for that funding.
Delightful, thank you.
Any other questions or comment? Councillor Penner.
I have comment, and it's really nothing to do with this, it's just to do with your department, and kudos to you guys, because it's, everything we hear is very positive when it comes to planning. I've never heard a negative to do with planning, to be honest with you, with the ladies and the gentlemen now. So, thank you for making our job easier.
Thank you.
You probably don't hear that from us very often, that you're making our job easier. But you do. Councillor Penner is correct. Okay, if there are no questions or comments, I would look for a motion to approve the proposed policy 5.1. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I move that we approve the draft policy 5-1 with the amendment mentioned.
Okay. So we have a motion to approve draft policy 5.1 as amended. So that's planning and development fees and refunds. Any further question or comment? If not, I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And thank you, Ms. Hazelton. Next in our agenda is 5.1.2, which is a request to amend land use bylaw country residential district. And welcome, Ms. Keever.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Michael and Stephanie Beach had applied to amend Land Use Bylaw 1808 by adding a new discretionary use to the country residential district. They wish to add M, greenhouse seasonal, to the country residential district in which they reside. A new definition was also drafted to match the use. The applicants were unaware when they purchased their property that a greenhouse which was selling flowers and other products were doing so without any applicable permits. Under the MGA, applications to amend a land use bylaw requires a public hearing to be held prior to adopting the bylaw. First reading of this proposed bylaw amendment was given on July 22nd, 2025. This was the mechanism for getting the application in the queue. All information and questions regarding the application were brought forward to the public hearing held on August 26, 2025. And as per the MJA, council must hear any person or group of people who claim to be affected by a proposed bylaw. Any landowner who feels they will be impacted by a proposed development, either positively or negatively, has the opportunity to come and speak about the matter directly at the public hearing. Affected parties could also submit their comments in writing. It should be noted at this time also that no letters in opposition were received. As council reviews and discusses the content of the public hearing, it can approve, amend, or defeat the proposed bylaw. Participating in the public hearing is the legislative method to provide your comments to council for consideration. Once a public hearing is closed, no additional information should be considered in the decision-making process. This amendment is about adding a discretionary use. It is not a permit to develop. If successful in their application, specific details regarding the development will be required to be submitted and approved by the Municipal Planning Commission. The applicant has indicated, as per their letter of intent, they purchased this property unaware they would not be able to operate a greenhouse for 2 months of the year. Administration is proposing the land use bylaw amendment as an opportunity for council to consider this additional use, which would allow the applicant to continue using the existing facilities on a seasonal basis, not to exceed 3 months, as per the definition for a greenhouse seasonal.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Keever. Are there any questions for the planner regarding this addition of discretionary use, which is greenhouse seasonal?
Deputy Reeve McGee. like to make the motion that council gives second reading of proposed bylaw 1923 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by adding greenhouse seasonal to the discretionary uses in the country residential district.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to provide second reading to the proposed bylaw of 1923 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw 1808 by adding M, greenhouse seasonal, to the discretionary uses in country residential district. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, sorry. Councillor Woodstock.
Just a question on, in this instance, we're giving them 2 months. Is there an opportunity for this? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, through the chair. The definition says 3 months.
Okay, but they're looking at 2 months. Okay, so we're gonna make the decision on which 3 months, or they pick the 3 months?
They can pick the 3 months.
Okay.
It's gonna be a little hard to police and enforce. I hope we just won't have to worry about that. I guess one comment was brought up. It doesn't have to be consecutive, so if they have a really good, strong 2 months and then they wish to sell poinsettias in December, you know, that'd be a month-ish, like, we're not gonna be going 90 days exactly, but hopefully we can use our discretion, and then also if we did, it is complaint-based, so if we did receive complaints that, oh no, they're like 6 months of the year, well then we would have to look at it again.
Okay, no, that's just what I was trying to, no, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just trying to determine if it had to be consecutive or if you could split it up, so. Okay,
Yeah.
you've answered my question, thank you.
All right, is there any other comment or question with regard to the motion to give second reading to proposed bylaw 1923 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by adding M, greenhouse seasonal, to the discretionary uses in country residential district? If there's not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Woodstock.
I would move the council give third reading to bylaw 1923 for the purpose of amending land use bylaw 1808 by adding M, greenhouse seasonal, to discretionary uses in the county residential district.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so we have a motion from Councillor Woodstock that we give third reading to bylaw 1923, which is basically adding greenhouse seasonal to discretionary uses in the country residential district. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Keever. I also know that you're not leaving us just yet, because you are also taking 5.1.3, which is Direct Control District 2, 2-42-42-47-25, oh my goodness, -D-V, rear yard setback variance. So anytime you're ready. That's quite a mouthful.
Yes, it is. Lydell Jug has applied for a 40% rear yard setback variance for the proposed construction of a new garage within a portion of the southeast of 272820, Plan 1010965, Block 1, Lot 1. The location of this proposed is within the Direct Control District 2. This parcel of land was rezoned to direct control in order to accommodate the subdivision of an additional parcel not allowed within the planning documents at that time. As per Land Use Bylaw 1808-1064C, the Municipal Planning Commission shall review development proposals within a direct control district and provide comments and recommendations that will be forwarded to Council. A garage accessory building is a permitted use in the DC2, however, variances over 20% require Municipal Planning Commission approval. This application was brought to the August 28th MPC meeting and was approved with conditions. The DC2 District Development Standards are to be determined by Council or its delegate. In this case, since the zoning of this parcel was zoned agriculture prior to the zoning of DC2, and they are the most relevant standards for this parcel and situation, the agricultural district siting regulations were recommended. The rear yard setback in the Ag District is 7.6 meters or 25 feet, and the landowner wishes to construct a new garage 4.57 meters or 15 feet from the rear property line. The reasons for the request are due to the location of the septic tank and treatment mound, as well as a mature stand of trees. The accessory building is being proposed on the north side of the yard site where two smaller buildings previously were situated. Since this application has already been recommended for approval by the Municipal Planning Commission, it is assumed that council will approve with conditions which are attached, and the adjacent landowner to the north had no objections to this relaxation.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any questions for Ms. Keever regarding the application for the variance in this direct control district? Okay, then what's the wish of council? Councillor Christie.
I'd make the motion to approve application 4247-25-D-V for the 40% variance from the rear yard setback for a proposed accessory building garage with conditions attached.
Okay, thank you. So we do have a motion that we approve the application 4247-25-D-V for a 40% variance from a rear yard setback for a proposed accessory building, which is a garage, with conditions. And the conditions are listed in the RFD, and those are the conditions that were approved by the Municipal Planning Commission.
Correct.
Okay.
The applicant has already received approval from Alberta Transportation Economic Corridors as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Any further discussion or questions regarding the motion to approve? If not, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Keever. Appreciate your assistance this morning. All right, the next item in our agenda is 5.3.1, which is RCMP versus Fire hockey game support. And Mr. Gannon, I'm going to assume that you're taking Ms. Knight's place and that you're going to make this presentation.
Good morning, Council. Yes, I am. Thank you very much. The manager provides her regrets for not being able to be here today. But regardless, we're excited to present this to Council for an opportunity. The RCMP detachment has hosted fundraisers in the past, and specifically in 2023, the local group with a hockey game between the RCMP and fire departments. These are synonymous around a lot of communities and bring a lot of great people together and opportunity of fun and engagement within the communities. Knowing this, the fundraiser is being kicked off again by the Three Hills Detachment, but they've invited all the other departments to participate to ensure that it is kind of a county-wide aspect and be able to bring everybody together. So it was really nice of them to actually take the initiative and then look at this. The Fire Chiefs Committee meeting held in August, actually the Chiefs have requested if Kneehill County could actually sponsor this in a way to provide hockey jerseys with all the departments with the logo that you see within the report. This logo was designed and worked with for the stair climbing event, which the county participated in, which was great for the team. It's good for team building, and it's good for the county to get recognition in other communities, just to show how these great people work and provide services for us. So with that, we're always in favor with administration on providing that opportunity to come forward and promotion and creating that teamwork aspect as it is important in these type of roles and functions. The fundraiser this year, I want to point on, is for Kneehill Kids Sports, being held October 22nd at 7:30 at the Three Hills Arena. The sponsor for the firefighting teams with the jersey for annual use, so we're looking at an annual opportunity to do this, and we'll incorporate it into our budget to ensure that it is covered, and it's a minor cost, I believe, for what's actually being proposed. So at this time, they're looking for an estimated $2,000 range for the jerseys, and they'll be replaced depending on wear and tear. I've seen this operate in many different ways in different communities. A lot of times they'll make jerseys every year, and then they'll change them a little bit every year to make them more about the event, and it creates people a keepsake to take home with them that they participate in things like this. How the team is looking at this right now is actually to reuse the jerseys every year and replace them on wear and tear and those type of items. So at this moment, council has the opportunity to approve the purchase in this program moving forward for $2,000. And if there's any other questions, I can do my best to answer them. Obviously, this initiative was pronounced at the fire chief's meeting. I wasn't present, but I have been given a briefing, and hopefully I can provide you some additional clarification should you require it.
Thank you, Mr. Gannon. Are there any questions for Mr. Gannon regarding this request for support? Councillor Phobes, please.
Will the Kneehill County logo be on the jerseys?
Thank you. Through the chair, if you look at the logo that's up there on the actual presentation, it shows all fire departments. So it says Kneehill County Firefighters. Instead of stair climbing team, it will actually have hockey team on it. But all those individual logos are on it.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions or discussion related to the request that's in front of us? Councillor Penner, please.
Just a comment, yeah, I have seen this done in, what this event, you know what I mean? I think it's great that they work together and whatnot else. I could get behind this for a one-time where they reuse the jerseys. I think that's my opinion. I can make it a motion, but I just want to make sure the rest of council is fine with that. If it's
So basically what we would be approving at this point is a one-time $2,000, maximum $2,000 from the Protective Services operating budget, correct, Mr. Gannon?
Correct. There's also the opportunity if you want, or if council should choose that we could do this annually. We believe that this is going to be an annual event, and should it be an annual event, we can actually put it in the budget for consideration for future years. We do have available budget space to cover this year's amount, so the current budget can absorb the cost for the remainder of the year. So there's multiple choices. If you give administration the authority to do this on a yearly basis, should it come up, we'll ensure it's in the budget. And if it doesn't participate, it just goes back into the surplus.
Okay, any other discussion, comment? Councillor Phobes, please.
I'm in favor of what you're saying as well, Councillor Penner. I would like to see it yearly. Let the new council decide if that should be something in the new budget coming forward.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead, Councillor Penner.
today we're just looking at the jerseys, correct? And that'll cover a set of jerseys, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Absolutely, we should support this event going forward, but it may only be a couple $100 going forward, or whatever the event is, you know? I don't think that Kneehill County needs to be the only one on the hook for this. So, so here today, I would make the motion that we approve purchasing hockey jerseys for the Kneehill firefighter team for the RCMP versus the fire hockey game, hockey game fundraiser to a maximum of $2,000 with funds from the Protective Services operating budget.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Penner. Are there any comments? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'm concerned about us putting in that it's for the fundraiser, because I'd like to see these jerseys to be used for whatever might come up. So I'm not sure what we want to do with that, but I understand that's the intent, that they're not going to be used for this one event, correct?
Through the chair, so it does open opportunities depending on other fundraising opportunities, and I think that Protective Services can work with the fire departments and work on how they're going to be reallocated or reused for different events potentially. And that may be the strategy that we can go forward. Instead of saying hockey team on it, we can actually just leave that blank. So should they choose for a different event, it actually can be used for those different events.
I'd be much more comfortable with that.
Councillor Penner?
I like that idea. I mean, they could put in a curling team or something like that. They could wear them, you know, so, sure. And not that it's part of the motion, but I like your idea. Thank you.
Any other comment? Deputy Reeve McGee?
So I just, when it comes to voting, I'd be much more comfortable if we took out for the firefighters a fundraiser. So it's a purchase hockey jerseys for the Kneehill firefighters team, period.
Well, it does say for the hockey game and other uses,
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Yep,
She just put that in.
so.
thanks for the change. Yep.
So I think with the change, it expresses that it's for more than,
Just that game.
Good.
so Councillor Penner is, the motion is now that council approve purchasing of hockey jerseys for the Kneehill firefighters team for the RCMP versus Fire hockey game and other uses to a maximum of $2,000 with funds from the Protective Services operating budget. Are you okay with that? Okay. All right. Any further discussion or comment related to the sponsorship that's being proposed here and the motion? So I'm not seeing any, so my assumption is that you're ready for the question. So I'm going to say all those in favor. Opposed? There are none. So it's carried unanimously.
Thank you,
Mr.
Council.
Gannon. Okay, we have a delegation at 9, so I'm going to say we're in recess for 3 minutes to allow whatever setup needs to take place for that delegation to be here. So it's 9:01, and I'll call our meeting back to order. At this point, we have a delegation, and our presenter is Dr., am I correct? Dr. Blake Schaffer. He's an associate professor of economics at the University of Calgary and a co-director of the Net Zero Electricity Research Initiative and co-director of Canadian Energy Modeling Hub. Wow, sounds like you're a busy man. So welcome, Dr. Schaffer. Appreciate you coming today, and we look forward to hearing what you have to say about our electric system. Before I get you started on your presentation, I will allow council and members of administration to introduce themselves to you, so you're kind of aware of who you're chatting with this morning. So Councillor Cunningham, if you would please.
Good morning, Laurie Michelle Cunningham, Division 5. Thanks so much for taking the time to come out and chat with us today.
Morning, Dr. Blake. Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme-Linden area, southwest corner of the county.
Good morning, Debbie Penna. I'm in the Swalwell area, straight south of Three Hills here.
And good morning, I'm Ken King. I represent Division 7, which is the very northeast portion of Kneehill County, so kind of the town of Trochu north and east from there.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee. I am from Division 1. It kind of goes to the southeast, which would come right up to the borders of Drumheller area.
Good morning, Carrie Phobes, Division 4.
Good morning, I'm Wade Christie, I'm Division 6, so I'm the northwest, and we're the most energy efficient on that corner of the county.
Morning, Blake. Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Morning, Blake. Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Good morning, Mike Sear, Director for Infrastructure.
One more, sorry. Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
So welcome, Dr. Schaffer, and if you want to just go right into your presentation, you can tell us a little bit about who you are and what it is you do, as well as the presentation that you brought for us today. We look forward to that, so welcome here.
Will do. Thank you very much. I'll just push this back on record. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to come today. Thank you for the invite, Carolyn. It was a lovely drive out this September morning. I'll throw the caveat on the doctor. If anyone's not feeling well, I'm not the person to come see. So my wife reminds me of that quite frequently. I'm going to have a lengthy discussion with you or something. So the topic that Carolyn and Mike set out was just simply an update and a discussion on what's going on with Alberta's electricity system, because there has been so many changes in the past 10 years. So I've prepared a brief talk just with some high-level overview. I don't know the level of what you guys know and don't know, so some of it may be old hat, but really I'd love to just flow into conversation, because I think that's the best part. I think that's the most interesting part. Feel free to interrupt me as we go through. We can have discussion there, and if we're straying too far, I'll pull it back in to finish the presentation, and we'll go from there. So my background. I like to use this photo. I try to own it because this is a good example of why we should have media training. This was probably one of my first interviews I did, and the person from Calgary Herald said, let's get some byline shots, some B-roll for you. We'll do it around some electricity infrastructure, and I was pointing out some transmission lines, and he said, well, I've got an extension cord in my truck, and he asked me to hold it, and then that was on the front page of the Calgary Herald, and I have to live that down, so I've decided to just own it.
Own it.
So my current role, I'm an associate professor at the University of Calgary in the Department of Economics. My focus is on energy markets, energy economics, with a real focus on electricity. Like Reeve King said, I'm the director of Canada's Energy Modeling Hub, which is an open source modeling initiative to bring together all of Canada's modeling entities to improve the quality of our energy data to try to match that of the United States, which has significantly better energy modeling capability than Canada has, sadly. So that's been going on for 5 years now. We've just renewed for another 5. It's a large project funded by Natural Resources Canada. I'm a regular policy advisor for multiple governments, Government of Canada, Government of Alberta, Government of BC, Saskatchewan, some municipalities as well. I was late in life to academia. I've been a professor for 5 years. Most of my career I was in electricity trading, or energy trading more broadly, focused on electricity, natural gas, emissions markets. I started my career at BC Hydro. Lehman isn't something to brag about, but I was at Lehman Brothers and Barclays Capital in New York. And then I was head trader at TransAlta, which is the largest power company here in Alberta. So outline of today's talk, I'll just give you some overview, things you may already know, just how much Alberta's market is changing, what those changes really look like with some data and some charts. And then really I want to focus on what's next. So what are the challenges and opportunities for Albertans, for our power system? And then a little segue into is Alberta's market design, our power market design up to the task. And I'll just briefly overview some of those significant changes. You may have heard of the restructured energy market that the grid operator has been working on for several years now. I was part of the formation of those discussions. I stepped to the side as they continued, but they've come to a final design, and I can talk through some of the highlights of what that design looks like and what that might mean for Kneehill County. Okay, so Alberta's electricity system is changing and quickly. So this is a chart that goes up to 2015, and you can see that bottom dark gray area is coal generation in the mix. And you see just how dominant coal was. If we go back into the 90s, we were almost entirely coal production, coal power production in our province. Around 2000, with the growth of the oil sands, you see that light gray sliver enlarging quite a bit. That's cogeneration, largely natural gas cogeneration. So by cogeneration, simply we're burning a fuel, we really want that heat for SAGD oil production, but since we have that heat, we'll run it through a gas turbine or a steam turbine and produce some power at the same time. Okay, natural gas, actually, pure natural gas generation, you can see through that period is actually not that large. There's a slight enlargement at 2015 when the Schaffer gas plant in Calgary came in, but natural gas purely for power generation wasn't as significant as cogeneration and coal. At the top, you see those other slivers that we have here. Hydro was our original power source in the province, continues to go along, but at a relatively small size, no changes to the amount of production there. We just get our seasonal variation. Biomass is in there, and you start to see that sliver of wind and solar, and really during this period, it's pretty much entirely wind. Update a few years later, and apologies, this chart only goes to 2022, didn't update it today. But you see that rapid demise in coal, and you also see a change of where that went. So really an expansion of that natural gas generation. And by and large, that was conversion of the large coal plants to be simple cycle steam turbine natural gas plants. So really just changing the feedstock on those power plants. We're going to burn natural gas instead of coal, but keep most of the power infrastructure the same. So you see that large expansion of natural gas, and you start to see that growth in wind and solar by that green area increasing. I like to show this one just to really show how dramatic this change has been. I think, you know, I've been involved at various levels of policy work, and I was trading throughout this period as well. And the idea of eliminating coal in its entirety in Alberta in this time frame was often viewed as unrealistic. And you can see why. You know, we go back 20 years and 80% of our generation comes from coal power. So to think about a wholesale change where that goes to zero is seemingly fantasy. Even 2015, when those large changes under the then NDP government came in under the Climate Leadership Plan, to talk about going to zero by 2030 was viewed as fantasy when you had 50% of the generation coming from coal. And you see just how quickly that fell off, okay? And it was in early 2024 that we shuttered our last generation from coal. So what happened to do that? I'll talk through a few things, but there was a coal phase out on the books. There was a policy to phase out coal by 2030. That became redundant. That wasn't binding. Really, the biggest influence on driving out coal was changes to how the carbon price was set for large emitters. So not the carbon tax that gets all the attention that is no longer here in the province nor the country, but the large emitter carbon price. the changes that occurred there are really what drove off coal and made it uneconomic relative to anything else. Cheap gas got cheaper, and renewables got cheaper. We'll go into that. And the renewables program, which was contracts from the government to de-risk them as well, couple that with falling costs of renewables made those even more competitive. Here's something on the carbon cost. Okay, these numbers here are in dollars per megawatt hour. If you want to convert to cents per kilowatt hour that we're more familiar with, just move the decimal one to the left and it's the same thing. So those 1890 ledge, $18.90 is 1.89 cents per kilowatt hour. What we have here is the carbon cost for a coal generator in Alberta. So in 2007, Alberta put in the specified gas emitters regulation. We were actually the first jurisdiction in Canada to put in a carbon tax, even before BC, and this applied to large emitters in the province. But it was set in such a way, even though it was $15 a ton, it was only set relative to a benchmark on your specific facility. So what that means in practice is if you're quite emission-intensive, quote-unquote, dirty facility, you actually had quite a high benchmark, so the cost to you wouldn't actually be that great. Okay, so if you're emitting here, the benchmark would be set at, say, 88% of that. It's really that 12% differential that you're exposed to. And so for a coal plant, that meant about $1.80 per megawatt hour was the cost. Put that against an average power price of around $60 per megawatt hour, or 6 cents in the province, which is the long-term average. This is not a really significant cost. Okay, so it added up. It was a cost they incurred, but it really didn't change the needle on shifting generation to other sources. In 2015, a few changes were made. First, they started increasing that carbon price, so from $15 a ton, moving it up to $30 per ton. They also, most importantly, started moving that benchmark. So rather than 88% of your emissions protected, they dropped it to 80. But then the big change occurred in 2018, and the UCP government actually continued with this new policy. This was one of the ones they carried on, one of the few that maybe they carried on, was to change the benchmark not to be based on your facility, but sector-wide. So the benchmark would be roughly what a combined cycle natural gas plant would be. And what that means in practice is a combined cycle natural gas plant would pay zero carbon cost, okay, zero carbon tax. A coal plant would pay on the difference between its emissions and that natural gas plant, which is about 60% greater. And then something clean or something non-emitting, like hydro, wind, solar, nuclear, if we had it, collects the difference. Okay, so it's really, rather than setting the benchmark at zero and charging everybody for emissions, they set the benchmark at something moderately emitting, charge above, and collect below. Coal being well above that benchmark, you can see what happened to their costs. So by 2022, when I stopped making this chart, it was at $31 a megawatt hour. It's roughly half the power cost. So it becomes very quickly economic to switch that to natural gas and avoid that $30 cost. Jerry.
Councillor Wistock, you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for the information. So the coal the emissions from coal, that money was paid to who?
So the way that works is they have to go and either pay at the till, they go to the government and pay, or they have to buy emissions performance credits from anything that's below the benchmark. That could be from something in the power sector that's emitting less. It could be from oil sands companies that are below their benchmarks.
Okay, so what I'm getting at here is who paid was the consumer. In the end, the consumer paid it.
Not necessarily. So that's a great question. So the reason for setting the benchmark at the level of natural gas is the way power prices are set at a wholesale level in Alberta, and it's going to be rather complex, at a wholesale level is set based on the last generator that's needed to produce the level of power that we need in the province. Typically, that's a natural gas plant. And so these coal costs would happen what we call inframarginally. They're relatively low marginal costs. That cost rises on them but typically it's a natural gas plant that's setting the price in Alberta. And so the design of this structure to change the baseline from zero to something like natural gas means the pass-through to consumers, it was relatively small from this. I've actually done I've done some peer-reviewed published work on what the impact of the carbon price was. Overall, less than a cent per kilowatt hour was from the carbon tax. Most of the increase we've seen was in changes in what we call economic withholding. We can get into that if you'd like, but this is, think of it as exercising market power. That was about 5 cents per kilowatt hour change. The carbon price was about 0.7 cents. And that really is because of this, this benchmark setting. So who pays? It's the coal companies, the ones that were producing that. Who wins? It's anybody below the benchmark. So it's a transfer within the sector and a little bit within the province, because you can use these credits across sectors. And what you're doing is you're making more favorable economics for things that are clean and less favorable for things that are dirty, which is why we saw coal exit very, very quickly. Yeah, it's a great question. So on that was coal. On the renewables, and I did update this to yesterday or Friday. So here you see the capacity of renewables. So this isn't energy production. This is their nameplate capacity, and of course that's very different. Just to be clear, solar generation on average is about 20% of its capacity over the year, and wind is about 40 to 45%. Those are rough numbers, it varies. But this is the capacity in megawatts of these. And so you see the really dramatic rise in both of these generation sources in the province. Solar relatively non-existent other than the 15 megawatt Brooks plant for many, many years. Suddenly we have this large rise up to 1,800 megawatts. And for perspective, the average capacity need of the system is around 10,000 megawatts, okay, to give us some context. So you can see just how relevant these are. And I'll show you some slides later. The province now regularly gets up to half of our power supply being supplied by wind and solar in some hours. That varies greatly. Some hours it's near zero. It'll range from 0 to 50%. Okay, and we'll look at that and we'll talk about what that means in terms of variability. But just to give you some context about just how big this is. This isn't just an Alberta phenomenon. A really interesting stat I heard recently was, it took decades to get our first terawatt of solar capacity globally. So a terawatt being 1 million megawatts. Started back in, say, the 1970s, Jimmy Carter solar panels, to 2023 was when we hit our first 1 terawatt. Between 2023 and 2025, we've added another terawatt. Okay, so solar has now doubled in 2 years. That's worldwide, and the bulk of that is China. Okay, the bulk of that is China. But on that same trajectory, we're now seeing in Africa. So in the last 2 years, solar capacity is soaring in Africa as well as India. The US is very mixed, and I think, these next few years we're going to see a bit of a slowdown under pressure, but Texas is actually where you're seeing the most solar growth. So that same growth chart, that projection, that exponential look, that like that blue line up there, we're seeing that in Texas with solar. And I point out Texas to note that it's not an ideological bent for solar growth in Texas. It's a cost story globally, how cheap these have become. The 2 fastest growing assets in the power sector globally right now are solar photovoltaics and batteries. And batteries are now rising faster, although they're coming from a lower standpoint than solar. Here's that chart I mentioned. So this is wind, water, and solar generation. So not capacity, but this is generation in Alberta. The white line is the monthly averages I've produced here. And so you see that we're getting up to around 25% of Alberta's power generation coming from these 3 sources. Okay, but you can also see in that gray line, I believe, I can't remember if that's daily or hourly ranges. Okay, I think actually I used hourly for this. So this is the range of hourly shares of demand, and you can see over that period, it rarely hits a full zero, and part of that is because you have hydro in this mix. Wind and solar will get to zero. But it gets pretty low, and you can see just how big that range is. And that's challenging for a relatively closed system like Alberta to manage those swings. Okay, when you move up and down, you need other assets. California manages most of their swings. They have much larger swings. They'll reach 100% of their demand served by wind, water, solar some hours. They manage it through transmission. They have much larger transmission connections to their neighbors than Alberta does. Okay, I started my career at BC Hydro. I'm very adept at moving power between provinces. We have very small connections, relatively speaking, in Alberta to our neighboring provinces and states. Okay. So I put this slide up because everyone has strong opinions on renewables. So I thought let's just air that in the open, and I'll give you my take and talk about both the pros and cons. So why is there a push for renewables? I mean, the first one is they don't emit greenhouse gases during production. Like any construction, you have emissions when you're building something. But during power production, you don't have emissions. Once built, their marginal cost is near zero. Okay, so that cost of running is very low. And most importantly, the capital cost, the cost to build them, is falling. So on the right, you have what's called levelized cost, and this is think of this as the expected average cost over the lifetime of a unit. This is in dollars per megawatt hour. And you see solar back there in 2008, 2010 in the hundreds of dollars per megawatt hour. This is right when I was in the middle of my trading career, and we had deals or requests to do renewable transactions, and I'd look at them saying, the power production is intermittent, unpredictable, it's low quality, and they're really expensive. So you better really value those greenhouse gas reductions to want to do renewables at that stage. Okay, and that's when you look back at Ontario's green electricity program, which was near the start of that. They were paying upwards of $800 a megawatt hour for some of their early subsidies. Okay, and I think that legacy, not only was it costly for Alberta ratepayers, but it's been very damaging, I would say, for the push for renewables later on, because many people I speak to still point to that Ontario experience as just how costly renewables are. And it even, for someone like me who's very in the weeds in this space, it took me a long time to reset, to update my priors, to recognize that while these things are still intermittent, we'll go through the cons in a second, they're still variable, still relatively low quality power, they're cheap. They are really cheap. So if you look at solar and wind there, then this is just to 2020 and the decline has continued. You're talking for solar between $30 and $40 a megawatt hour, so 3 to 4 cents per kilowatt hour. For wind, you're getting into the mid-20s per megawatt hour. That's the cheapest source of energy there is. Okay, so for perspective, a natural gas plant, they're relatively cheap here in Alberta because our natural gas is some of the cheapest in the world. But for natural gas, you're talking around $50 to $80 would be a rough average cost, what we call levelized cost. For a nuclear plant, there's not as much data on those, but expectations is in the realm optimistic, in the high 90s, but realistically probably about $110 to $140 per megawatt hour. Hydro similarly for large hydro. Okay, so you can see why the attraction to this cheap source of energy. And we'll go through the cons, and that sort of raises the, how can we combine that cheap source of energy with other parts of our portfolio to make it worth our while?
Councillor Cunningham, you have a question?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So when we talk about the cheap source of energy, I guess when we talk about that, are we factoring in the government's involvement in that? Because, for example, we had a project here in Kneehill County that received $32 million in federal funding. So it might appear cheap, but it's still, like, there was a cost to it.
Yeah.
So is that
These are
factored in here?
these are unsubsidized numbers.
Okay.
And absolutely, I advise even the federal government, and that's one of the things I remember speaking with Minister Wilkinson on, is like, stop subsidizing these. They don't need it. And I think because of the pace at which this was changing, they did need subsidies. For a while, if the carbon tax wasn't covering this, or there was just simply a bridge. We want these things, we want the future greenhouse gas reductions, but there's a slight cost disadvantage. Subsidies are one way to push it over, but we're to the point where they're no longer needed.
Okay, so these numbers are without subsidies?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, these numbers are from the Lazard report, which is sort of the gold standard globally for levelized cost. And this is from their 14th report. I think they're on number 16 or 17 now. I can point this out to Mike and find the exact thing.
Councillor Penner?
So just to follow up to that, what are you hearing from the governments? Are they listening to you in regard to that? Because at the end of the day, it's our money, it's the ratepayers' money. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
Is this something as a municipal, we need to be advocating for enough's enough here with these subsidies? I know it's federally mostly, but I mean,
Yeah.
so are they listening?
I'd love to say yes, Councillor Penner, but it's hard. Sometimes, so this is a tangent, but the clean electricity regulations is a different thing altogether. But that was one where I was quite vocal in my critiques of the clean electricity regulation, and I'm not someone to sort of intentionally try to slow down decarbonization. I believe it's needed. But I was very critical in the prescriptive nature of it, and they did listen to a large degree there. So it's probably buried in the weeds, but between the first iteration of the clean electricity regulations and then the final proposed, or the final one, there was a dramatic change there. So I do chalk that up. So myself and another academic, we spent a lot of time with them. We put out public consultations, and I think they did change there. On the renewable subsidies, I think there has been a slight shift away. The dollars, well, 32 million in the county is large. Overall, they've dropped dramatically. And there's lots of subsidies I disagree with from all ranges of governments out there that are probably unnecessary and either targeted for political or local jobs. They are slowing down on the renewables front. I would say that, but they're not pulling them all together.
So I mean, a follow-up to that, are the ears more open provincially over federal, or are they about the same? Because I don't think we're heard out here in the west, to be honest with you, from down east. So are federal government listening?
Right. I think they are. In fact, I'm working on a new thing with NRCan right now. They're going to provide about $8 million to a project I'm starting on interprovincial transmission. And the thing I get from them, this particular pocket of money, it's a large pocket. They have several $1 billion for projects. They very much disproportionately allocate to Alberta and the West for this very reason of wanting to be made sure it's clear that they are supportive. That's NRCan, Natural Resources Canada. I think of all of the ministries, they might be a little bit more understanding or more receptive to our needs. Speaking frankly, like Environment Canada is mixed. I work with them and you know, sometimes for example, the first iteration of the clean electricity regulations, they simply weren't plausible. They simply weren't doable in many provinces in Canada, of which Saskatchewan and Alberta would be two. And they put that first one out, I think maybe you could call it a negotiation or political, I'm not sure, but it wasn't feasible from an electricity or energy standpoint. But the good news is they did listen in the end. So here on the con side, the most obvious con is production is variable. I just pulled out a random day, this was April 1st of this year, just to show you what wind generation can look like within a day. And you understand why grid operators have a tough time with this source of generation. You know, you're going from near zero middle of the day to over 1,500 megawatts. And again, in a system that's roughly running around 10,000. And so when you see that really steep line, a steep curve there between 6 p.m. and 7 p.m., you need some other source of generation or transmission lines that can ramp up quite quickly to manage that change, okay? And so that is a struggle in a small system that still doesn't have much energy storage. The other challenge with wind and solar in particular is the low energy density, so large land needed per megawatt. And I'm sure we'll get into this. I'm not an agrivoltaics expert, although I do know University of Calgary has some trial programs going on at some ranches in the foothills. But this is a challenge, that the land mass needed for, especially more so solar, because it does take up more of the footprint and the capacity factors are relatively low. So that's something to consider. And the third, and this is getting into the electrical engineers in the room will appreciate this, but there's certain features of power plants that are needed to make the grid stable. And so one is when you have hydro turbines or natural gas or coal generators, really, when I teach electricity markets to my students, pretty much everything except for solar is about spinning something. You're spinning a magnetic coil, around a current, and that's creating the currents, right? And that spinning mass also has inertia. And so when we have deviations on the system, when we plug in a toaster or boil some water here, we're not turning a power plant up and down. We're leaning on that inertia of the system, and we're adjusting the frequency of electricity. So electricity oscillates at a 60 hertz frequency. We're adjusting that very small amounts, 59.99 if we have an extra pull, so it slows down the system. If we turn off demand, the system speeds up a little bit. We have to keep that within really tight ranges, okay? We're getting really into the weeds. But wind and solar don't have that. I know wind is spinning, but that's happening behind an inverter. So the system itself doesn't see that, okay? And so that was something, that's what really caught our grid operator off guard about a year and a half ago, when they started to recognize we have all these renewables, they're not providing those two things, inertia and frequency regulation to our system, and we need those. Historically, they got those for free from thermal generators. They didn't charge, there was no product, they didn't make them pay, they didn't pay for it. They simply made a technical order that these generators had to leave a tiny bit of headroom for this inertia and frequency regulation. I'm oversimplifying, but I think you get the picture. So when we move to something that has more of these, what we call inverter-based resources, so wind and solar, that come as direct current and they get transferred to alternating current on the system, we didn't have that. And so as a result, they had to really quickly put in, that was one of the reasons for the moratorium, stated reasons, so that we need to slow down renewables because we don't have this. The grid operator also curtailed the amount of electricity transfer on the interties so that they could use the interties more for leverage, okay? And also so they wouldn't have as much flowing on the interties if we had a problem here. And it really caught them off guard, okay? And I wanna suggest that this is sort of both a real issue, but one that just a little bit of planning and foresight and management can deal with. Texas, for example, recognized the issue of lack of inertia with growing inverter-based resources about 10 years ago. And what they started to demand is that all inverter-based resources are what's called grid forming rather than grid following. So grid following simply means if the frequency is deviating, you're following that new frequency. So you can actually you're propagating things, making it worse. Grid forming, you're dictating the frequency at which your generation is coming onto the system. So you can actually help. If the frequency is dropping, you can say, I'm actually 60.01 hertz, and you raise it, okay? That little change, which has a cost, and that cost would be borne by the inverter-based resources like wind and solar, was part of a regulation in Texas 10 years ago when they saw this coming. We were late on that. And I think a big part of that was the grid operator really didn't foresee the growth of wind and solar that I would argue was very obvious. And I've got a lot of friends there at the grid operator, and they're a bit mad at me because I made a lot of public statements in 2021 saying these long-term forecasts are farcical, because they were forecasting the level of solar that we ended up having in 2023 that we wouldn't reach it until 2041. And so it really caught them off guard because they didn't expect to have this. And I think all you had to do was look outside our jurisdiction to see just how much it was growing and how quickly those capital costs were falling to know that it was going to come. As a result, they were caught off guard. So what are they doing? They're going out there and they're procuring things that can provide frequency regulation. There's contracts in place. Largely, those are batteries. So for Texas's whole system, in addition to inverter-based resources, they just needed to procure 500 megawatts of batteries to manage all the frequency regulation from this problem. That's a tiny cost, okay? And that's their size of their system is about 7 times ours. So there are solutions, is my whole point to that rant. So here's the reality. I'm happy to have some discussion on this. First off, anyone that tells you we're going to run our entire system on wind and solar is not telling the truth, okay? So I think that extreme causes problems. But people also saying that, you know, because the sun doesn't shine at night, that solar has no value is also incorrect, okay? What do? Wind and solar displace costly fuel. So, you know, I think you guys have solar panels on your roof here. I saw when I drove in. They weren't generating power last night. I'm pretty confident of that. That doesn't mean they're worthless. What they're doing is they're displacing the need to pay for fuel, operating costs, wear and tear on other power plants during the day. Okay? So there is that energy value there. The key thing is thinking about how they work as part of a system or portfolio. What are you pairing it with such that the cost of that other resource sitting idle more frequently, when you combine that it's worth your while, okay? And that's why things like batteries, which are a perfect complement for intermittent renewables, are that fastest growing resource in the power sector. Baseload technology is not a good complement, okay? So we often hear this push for wanting baseload. If you're thinking about a portfolio, baseload has almost just as much challenges as intermittent generation in the sense that demand is not baseload. Okay, there's a certain level, that's fine. We often have systems with a certain level of industrial load that can pair well with 24/7 production. But most of our demand at some level goes up and down. So really the ideal source is one that's flexible and what we call dispatchable, so on demand. New technologies can resolve technical challenges, okay? So as this grows, human ingenuity grows with it. Batteries, grid-forming inverters, flexible demand, I'll talk about that. The key is finding the right complements to take advantage of this increasingly cheap source of energy. The way I like to think about renewables is they're not reliable. You can't call on them when you want, but they are a cheap source of energy. Can we find a way to use this cheap source of energy? Can we shift demand to when they're there? Can we shift that to supply to other periods? Can we complement it with other sources to give us the reliable power that we want? I can pause there for a sec. Carolyn, how much time did you have allocated for me today? Oh, no. I gotta get back for class after. If anybody has questions there, I just have, sure. I have some stuff on the complements side of things, but Councillor Fobbs.
I mean, I've had conversations with people in the public around when energy really became an issue for who we are, and I believe with the technologies that are coming out, the AIs, those type of things, that requires more energy than what was usually done before. Yeah. And so is the cost of carbon also included in the dismantling of all of this equipment that is producing this cheap energy when we need it to help us to rely on when the grids are down and not running as fast?
Sorry, I'm trying to understand your question.
Well, you're looking at technology.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it from a perspective of when did electricity become such an issue for everybody using it? Is when technology's improved to the point where now everything is, you've got clouds, you've got everything storing everything, that requires energy. Mm-hmm. So is the carbon also included in those technologies when, so the equipment, we have windmills out here, once that equipment is down, is the carbon produced, where are we putting these? Because right now, currently, there isn't a best recycling program for any of the equipment being put on, at least the lands in Alberta.
Sure, so you're talking about reclamation costs.
Yeah.
So the direct answer on carbon costs is no, the large emitter pricing system in Alberta and the one that applies federally too, but the Alberta one dominates here, or trumps it, that is only on production emissions. Okay, so life cycle emissions on everything are not part of that. It's on production emissions. On reclamation, that's an important issue. I spent a lot of time doing research on oil and gas reclamation liabilities, which, you know, pale and make renewables one look like an ant on a molehill. Significantly different issue in the sense of, on renewables, you're building these typically on private land with landowners, and the landowners are in full control over decisions whether or not they want to require a reclamation bond to deal with that aftermath. Whereas on oil and gas, if you're the mineral rights holder, you can gain access to that land, and you can even compel surface rights holders. The other big issue is at the end of life of a wind or solar project, well, you have to deal with that scrap metal and everything that you have there. The land's still going to have value, and if it's a strong solar or wind site, the earth cycle is going to mean that's still a strong wind or solar site, and so you're going to probably most likely repurpose that with the newest technology for either windmills or solar panels. Whereas on an oil gas facility, if you've depleted that reservoir, you've also significantly depleted the land value underneath it. So that while I don't diminish at all the reclamation challenges with renewables, I do struggle with a lot of the focus in this province on that, when the oil and gas one is hundreds of times larger and has this challenge of depleted economic value of the site as well. Yeah. Anything else?
Councillor Forbes, please.
So I appreciate that answer, but I mean, we're talking about energy that we're being told is green, 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 but there is an end-of-life expectation that, you know what? True story, oil and gas, my husband works in this industry. Yes, there is a lot, but the solar panels, where are we putting them at the end of the life? Because the landfills in Torrington, or that we have currently in Kneehill County, will not house those.
Yeah.
So where will they go? And how is that green? And where is the carbon attached to that portion of it as well?
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about it, let's talk about all of it, not
Yeah.
just a portion so that we get what we want.
Fair. Yeah, I don't like the term green.
Okay.
Because,
Neither do I, but-
yeah, because I think, nothing is without consequence. And I think, that's why I like life cycle analysis. I think if you looked at life cycle analysis and took that into account, though, you'd still find the carbon impact from these significantly less than anything else. But it is not something to dismiss. Agreed. The same, I do a lot of research on electric vehicle impacts, and the same question goes in there in terms of the emission impacts of building the batteries and things like this. And that's often touted as a reason why electric vehicles are not clean or green, to use that word. And yes, you should include them, but there's really good rigorous work that even when you include that, it's significantly lower impact than internal combustion gas or diesel fuel. So here's what I wanted to talk about, which is, what are these complements to, say, a world with more renewables, because renewables are cheap? So clean is just one desired attribute. Affordable and reliable is really this trifecta is what we need on our system. We do have abundant and cheap renewables. That gives us, I'll call it clean, if Councillor Forbes will allow me for now. And it does allow for more affordable, but what are our options to make that reliable? And really there's four big paths here, which I'll go into each, but flexible supply to pair it with, so a supply that can fill those valleys. Storage, okay, to shift power from one period to another. Transmission, to move power from one jurisdiction to another. And the flip side of thinking only about the supply side, which is what about moving demand around? Which is what we all do in our daily lives. When the price of an airline ticket gets really expensive, we think, well, maybe I'll travel on a Thursday instead of a Friday. So in the clean, firm, and flexible supply, so these things we can pair with, renewables are cheap, but they're intermittent, which is not what we love. So what are the supply side firm solutions? So firm as in they're ready when we need them. Reservoir hydro, so not run-of-river hydro, but or hydro with a reservoir dam behind it so we can call on it at our will. Nuclear power. Hydrogen turbines, so these would be taking simple cycle gas plants, instead of using methane run through them, we run hydrogen. Natural gas, but add to that some carbon capture, or geothermal. Okay, these are sort of at a high level, the sort of 5 main options. And the challenges with each of these, reservoir hydro, do we have any availability? Are we really building any new reservoir hydro? In Alberta, there's always been a potential project in the northeast of the province that really hasn't moved forward, and I don't know if it ever will. BC ran into so many challenges on Site C, they've announced that's going to be their last large major hydro. Quebec is still building large hydro, but they're maybe the last one remaining. So reservoir hydro is challenging. Nuclear, there's a big push for nuclear, and I'm a proponent. I think it's a valuable source. It's the energy density is what excites me on it. The question there, in addition to this, so lead time is one. If we're talking about nuclear, we're really not talking for anything in production for at least 15 years, realistically. Cost also, these nuclear plants are going to be significantly more expensive. The other challenge with nuclear is flexibility. Nuclear does not like being flexible. Nuclear likes setting it and running it. Okay, they run in a high 90% capacity factor, which is nice for a base, but it isn't what you want to fill your system with, because at the end of the day, we need a system that can move up and down. Okay, hydrogen turbines, very costly. I've done a lot of work on hydrogen. It's exciting. It's to think about. I like the idea of dual fuel power plants that can run either on methane or hydrogen, but there's some brittleization of steel associated with it, and the production of clean hydrogen is very expensive still. Natural gas with carbon capture, if that's going to work anywhere, it's Alberta, where we have the caverns, where we have the cheap natural gas. So we'll see where that goes. I think it's something worth considering because it does allow us to continue with the existing industry that we have, the jobs, the society, if you will. But technologically, it's challenging. Natural gas CCS on a power plant hasn't been done successfully yet. Okay, certainly not economic yet. And so while there's potential for this, I'm sort of a believer of when I see it. That is an area where, Councillor Penner, you talked about subsidies. That's one where I do believe in subsidies in the sense of it's helping us learn. And so that's one of the purpose of public subsidies is in areas where you want to go down a learning curve, where a private company simply wouldn't make the investment because it's not near economic. If we can learn something and that can be a spillover to others to use that, that's where there's value. So I think that's an area where you are seeing subsidies, and some people would argue like they dislike those subsidies as much as other people dislike renewable subsidies. I see the same case for early renewable subsidies that helped us. That's part of the reason why we've came down that cost curve. Okay, we were able to learn by doing. Geothermal is quite interesting. There's lots of different technologies. There's sort of the traditional go deep and hit hot rock, but there's also some local companies, full disclosure, I'm an investor in one of them, geothermal, which does closed loop, so it doesn't need hot rock. It just goes and uses directional drilling. So those were some folks that I knew from Synovus that started that company that said, why don't we use this directional drilling to do something different than fracking? Instead, they're going and they're creating effectively large heat exchangers, like kilometer-long heat exchangers, and getting relatively low heat differentials to produce either low-level heat, steam, but they're using those through microturbines to produce power. That's an Alberta company. It's doing quite well. We just installed some stuff in the Netherlands. Storage directly solves the intermittency challenge, okay? You have too much power at one time, it's really, really sunny, there's too much power in the province, store that up and release it or discharge it in the evening. But that works really well on a day in, day out basis. That's why you're seeing so much of it in California and in Texas. But the real issue here in Alberta is seasonal storage, okay? I told you earlier that solar capacity factor is around 20%. It's kind of on average for the year. But in the summer, it can be in the low to mid 30s. That's sort of an average summer, and in the winter, 5 to 10%. Okay? We need power all year round, and some would argue more so in the winter. And so seasonal storage is challenging. So that makes some of the battery technology that we have out there That's not suited for seasonal storage. Lithium ion's good for 4 to 8 hours. Pumped hydro is one that has some potential. Compressed air energy storage is something that there's, again, some Alberta companies looking at this. That offers seasonal storage. Okay, so there you're compressing air or even CO2 into a cavern, and you're releasing that at some other time and getting that discharge pressure and energy. And so there's something that you can do seasonal storage with. Hydrogen, there was a lot of hype for hydrogen because it is simply a medium. Okay, you can use that excess power at times to electrolyze water, for example, and create that hydrogen and use that hydrogen for purposes of generating power in other time periods. Okay, so there are options out there. Pumped hydro is the biggest source of energy storage right now globally, but batteries are the ones that are rising the fastest. Transmission. I mentioned that Enercan project we're working on. This, to me, is kind of the holy grail in Canada. We have very limited east-west transmission connections for good reason, but there's lots of reasons why that should change now. And one of the reasons is taking advantage of these very different types of systems we have. So Saskatchewan and Alberta have this sort of fossil-rich and renewables-rich systems, very sunny. BC and Manitoba are hydro-rich, and their energy sources are actually very expensive. BC just had a call for wind power. They bought 3 gigawatts of wind power, 3 gigawatt hours annually, sorry, of wind power, about 1,500 megawatts. And they paid, it's not public, but it's expected to be in the area of $70 to $85 per megawatt hour was the average price. Here in Alberta, our wind calls were in the high 30s. Okay, so we should be building more wind in Alberta and more transmission with BC and flowing there, and then taking the hydro back in this direction in periods when we don't have it. Instead, we're stopping building wind in our province, and they're building double the cost wind over there. So transmission is something that can take advantage of that, but there are a myriad of challenges, let alone the challenges of building linear infrastructure of any type in the country, as we know, with land rights challenges. For power, there's differences in market structure. Okay, we are a competitive private generation market here in Alberta, and they're a Crown Corporation monopoly in BC, similarly Saskatchewan and Manitoba. And so trading between the two, while we do it, it isn't without its challenges in terms of reciprocity and distribution of the benefits. So that's something that we are working at right now. The last one is flexible demand. This doesn't get as much attention. I love this quote I found somewhere. It said, if the old world was forecasting demand and dispatching supply, the new world involves forecasting supply and dispatching demand. So there's more need for flexibility, okay, because we have more intermittency. There's bigger flexible loads out there. Electric vehicles are a really good case in point. They're reasonably large demand, but they're very flexible on when they charge. And I can show you some studies I've done with Fortis and NMAX in terms of how easy it is to shift when they charge and how valuable that is to the grid to get them to do it, and how painful it is if they don't. There's also cheap control technology. How many of you have like a Nest or an Ecobee or Honeywell thermostat? All of these things can be moved around without the painful effort on the part of the consumer. Electric vehicles being a really good example. I think one of the councillors mentioned data centers. That's another one where the big, to me, the big push for data centers, while they're going to be very big loads, the value from them would be, can we get some flexibility out of them? Okay. Most data centers, it's surprising me, training data centers, the ones that are doing training of models, run quite high capacity factors, 90% of the time. But the ones for inference, when you do your ChatGPT query, those data centers are used about 60 to 70% of the time. Can we get the flexibility to shift which data centers are used when we make that query? Okay, so if a part of Alberta is in a power crunch, your question on what's the best temperature for a lamb roast gets sent to Wyoming. Okay, and that's something we had a conference a few months ago, Microsoft was up, that's exactly what they're working on, is using basically the internet to arbitrage power location. So when you have high prices of power in one location, they shift their inference or their queries to other data centers. That's tremendously valuable, because power is cheap about 80% of the time, and it's those 20% of hours that get very expensive. So the more flexibility we have to shift it, the more easier it will be to integrate those large loads. Just have a couple more slides. I'll stop talking. This is on-demand response. This was a study, it was actually in British Columbia that I did, which ran peak events once every roughly 2 weeks randomly to households. We had about 2,000 households in the Lower Mainland, where we gave them, they were paid anywhere from $1 to $6 per event for reducing their power consumption in their home, depending on how much they did, okay? Which was a reasonably large amount relative to their bills. And what we did was we provided some of those, this manual group over here, we simply sent them a message, okay? So all these folks had this BC Hydro app. We sent them a message saying, you have an event coming up. If you reduce your consumption, you can earn. See what they did. And you can see we got about a 5% average reduction in consumption during these peak periods from them. Another group, this tech group, we said the same, but we also equipped them with load controllers. So we actually got an electrician, go into their house, put load controllers on their HVAC system, on their hot water tank, their electric tanks over there, and EV chargers for the ones that had them. And there they would get this message and they could simply push a button on their phone to say, yep, I want to reduce consumption on my controllable devices right now. So it made it really easy for them. But interestingly, we didn't get any benefit from installing that costly tech over the manual group. And then the third one, what we called Central, we basically flipped the default. So we had those people with load controllers and we said, there's an event coming up, we will be dimming those devices of yours, okay? We will be delaying heating, we will be delaying heating your hot water tank or your charging. These are 2-hour events, 3-hour events. Press this button if you don't want us to do this. Okay, and so just by flipping that default, we got about a 27% reduction in consumption there. And we did ex-post surveys, you know, did we annoy you by doing this? Did you find yourself inconvenient? Most people said we didn't even know you did it. Okay, these are tanked hot water systems. Hot water lasts for about 24 hours. So you don't, shifting heating is not even noticed by the consumer. So this is getting a bit of a behavioral aspect of you can't just give people technology, you need to make it easy for them. The last one, this was here locally, this was in Calgary. This was on an EV charging pilot where we wanted to see would people respond to time of use rates for electricity. So we gave them cheaper overnight rates. It was a 3.5 cent per kilowatt hour discount on power consumed between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. And what you see here, so the rewards group got that reward, and you saw a really big increase in their off-peak or overnight charging. So about 80% of their charging shifted to overnight, okay? Versus the control group, which we didn't offer them anything. And then there was an education group where we didn't pay them to shift, but we told them, hey, it'd be really nice, it'd be really swell if you did this. It's really important for the grid, kind of a moral suasion nudge. There was no impact from that. People didn't do it for the goodness of their hearts. So the story of this, I think we called this paper, Show Me the Money, was if people see these difference in prices, and this is not a subsidy, this is really reflecting the fact power is a lot cheaper overnight. And right now in Alberta, we don't convey that to consumers. Everyone pays the same price across the day. But giving people more of a signal to, you can save money if you shift some of your consumption overnight. For many applications, that's simply not feasible. You're not going to touch it. But for EV charging, it is quite easy. Okay, and that really comes down to the fact that the service you get from an EV driving is divorced from the electricity use charging on account of that battery. I've been an hour, Carolyn, so I could stop. I have some slides on market design if you guys want to go further, but I thought maybe I can pause, give a chance for questions.
Okay, Councillor Forbes, please.
You're talking about the public, with that last little bit of a presentation about them getting the benefits of it. Was any thought given to corporations that reside within our province, so to speak, or wherever? Did you guys do data on that as well if they did their, because sometimes, you know, when you're driving at night and you're going past the Walmarts of the world or whatever box store we go to, the electricity on the outside, it's running all over and no one's really in the store. So are we also putting that, factoring that in as well as just what we're doing on every day in my house?
Yeah, great question. Actually, I love an anecdote. When I worked at BC Hydro had this big Power Smart campaign to turn off your lights at night. And then it was on the news, the BC Hydro headquarters was just lit up. And the spokesperson was like, well, it really hurts our light bulbs to be turning them on and off. So it's a lot easier. Lighting, actually, interestingly, is not important anymore. These LED lighting, I have a current monitor in my house. I monitor all my circuits because I'm a nerd. And I'll turn all my lights on and I don't even see the current change. It's just the LED lights are such a, it's 90%, 94% less than incandescent. Lighting isn't a big one. On corporations, absolutely. This particular study was residential EVs, and the BC one was residential, but commercial, let me back up. On the industrial level, we already have this push. So many industrial customers are directly connected and face the hourly prices. Throughout my career as a trader, we often had deals with some of them, newsprint companies or some of the best. They're very flexible when they use their power, where we would offer them kind of option-like contracts to change their consumption. Throughout our career, industrial is already heavily engaged. Commercial, I would say, is just the same applicability as residential. Currently in Alberta, they don't have the possibility of time of use rates, but they would certainly be in the conversation for getting it. There's mixed studies out there about the responsiveness of commercial. So on some level, because they have it's a higher share of costs and they might be more profit focused, you would expect a bit more responsiveness, but on others, they're inflexible. They don't want to adjust things in their business. They don't want any inconvenience. So there's sort of mixed results. And it's going to depend on the type of business it is and the type of electric service.
Councillor Whitstock.
I know we're talking energy production here and all sorts of different types of ways to produce energy. And really, energy is not the problem for us. It is actually the transmission and distribution costs.
Yeah.
Because the cost of the power itself is not bad. It's getting it to us.
Yeah.
And that's what we need to fix. I don't care how you fix it, but it should be more equal throughout the province, I would think. But just a comment, I guess.
No, I don't have the slide in here, but the one my intro to electricity markets course, the first thing I do is say energy is only a part of your bill as a retailer. And in fact, it's like less than a third these days, depending on where you are. Out here, it'd be much less than a third. Actually, maybe not here, but further north. If you're in ATCO territory, and no disparaging on ATCO if you're listening, it's significantly higher distribution costs. Your point on should we have postage stamp distribution costs around the province, I'm of mixed minds on that. I know that in other provinces like BC and Saskatchewan, our neighbors, where it's one distribution utility, there is a cross-subsidy across the province. Here you have different distribution utilities, so you'd be asking somehow NMAX customers to cross-subsidize ATCO. There's a good reason why distribution costs are higher in ATCO's territory. You have less customers per substation, per transformer, per feeder line, simply because of, it's the same reason why milk is more expensive in Northwest Territories. I'm personally am not convinced that we should have postage stamp pricing. I'm actually a proponent of locational pricing across all aspects of our power system to try to reflect that both energy and cost to serve really varies by where you are. But I totally appreciate that there's a fairness issue, and that's probably not well received in the areas that does face those higher prices. But I think to some extent that's known, that's capitalized in housing costs, in land costs. Yeah, exactly. So there's a trade-off between the user pay principle and kind of this fairness concept and one province. Your other comment though about transmission and distribution or wires costs, I 100% agree with you on that one. If you look at energy costs, the United States has some great charts on this. The EIA, Energy Information Administration, generation costs on average in real terms have actually been falling for the last 10 years. So even though we talk about, you know, high prices at times, and even here in Alberta, we had that spike in 2021 to 23, which was largely driven by economic withholding. On average, our energy costs have been down in real terms, inflation adjusted. What's rising is wires costs. And a lot of my current research is focused on distribution costs, because that's the one I think is going to be, I think there's a fork in the road there where, done poorly, distribution costs are going to explode as we electrify and have much larger loads at home. So let alone air conditioners, start adding EVs, heat pumps, these big spiky loads. That done one way, it's going to get very expensive. I'll mea culpa, my street in Calgary, I have an electric vehicle, 2 of my neighbors have one, and we just had our transformer in our alley upgraded, okay? Everyone shares in that cost, so opposite of user pay. I don't pay for that upgrade, everyone pays for that. I did a study with Fortis on how can we get around that upgrade cost, and there's a program called Managed Charging, where it takes into account that, say, Mike is my neighbor and Wade is his neighbor, and we coordinate. It allows us to sequence that charging, because the reality is EVs are plugged in for 13 hours at home on average and charge for about 50 minutes, 50 on average. There's a lot of flexibility on when to do it, and the worst case scenario is I, Mike, and Wade all get home at 5 p.m., plug in right when the rest of the load is surging, and we kind of not blow up, but put a lot of stress on that transformer, and then NMAX goes and says we need to replace it. Instead, first of all, we could both delay our charging to midnight, but better than that, because if we all go on at midnight, it's fine for the energy system, but that local transformer gets overloaded. I go at midnight for an hour, Mike goes at 1 a.m., and Wade goes at 2 a.m. We're clearly not going to have a conversation and organize that, but that's where technology comes in, okay? Sign up for these managed charging programs that simply manage that for you. Some people find that uncomfortable. When we launched this in Fortis territory, the comment section was pretty colorful in terms of managing loads. But when people got paid a little bit per month and said, you know, the fuel for your vehicle will be $20 a month cheaper if you just let us sequence you when your transformer is overloaded, we're going to shift it around. Oh, sure, didn't even notice. Okay, and we're seeing those types of programs explode in the United States, where there is, like in places like California, where there's a lot of EVs, is managed charging. So it's a technical solution to very much avoid that thing, because I think without that, uncontrolled large loads are going to put a lot of stress on distribution networks. But I'm trying to be a bit more optimistic, recognizing there is a lot of ability to now control the timing of those loads, shift away from peaks. That's a great point.
So we've gotten into this whole conversation around distribution and managing and moving power from one place to another. The real question in my mind, and I know there's a society responsibility that we all have, and rural currently is carrying the load for the renewables. Why aren't they placing the power development closer to the consumers? So we carry the responsibility for solar and wind, and the land usage takes place under our jurisdiction, but the power usage isn't necessarily here. We don't get any benefit by having the generation here in terms of lower cost for distribution, lower cost of power, whatever, but we carry the burden in terms of the footprint and the aesthetics and so on. The big consumers, they don't want that footprint, nor do they want the aesthetics. So why aren't we looking at where the power is generated and where the consumers are and trying to put them close together?
Yeah, that's a great question. I can segue. So this is the restructured energy market final design. I had a bunch of slides about Alberta's system. I'll skip over. And this is kind of the summary of the design. And the top line there is locational pricing. So that's a big change. This is in the energy market, not distribution, but in the energy market, to have locational prices for the generation side. Okay, so that you would now see that placing generation in the southeast of the province, where we have a lot of solar that's come in, and we don't have necessarily great transmission to take it to load centers, it will start receiving a lower price. And it will disincentivize production in those areas, whereas a load center, maybe like Calgary, would face a higher price, and it would attract generation to that area because it's on the other side of a transmission constraint. So that sort of gets at maybe right now when you have uniform pricing, you're just simply going to go where the resource is strongest. It's a little bit sunnier out here than Calgary, but also land costs. It's going to be a little bit cheaper here than closer to town. But if there's no distinction on the value of that generation, you're simply going where the lowest cost and best resource is. So I think that's why you're seeing that. So this should go some way to doing that. On the consumer side, this is an interesting policy choice. The province was very averse to locational pricing on the consumer side. They really didn't like the idea, unlike distribution, they didn't want to go down the path of the distribution issues that we face now with 4 different prices. So they wanted to keep one uniform price. So we're going to maintain cross subsidies on the consumption side with the ability to opt into locational pricing. So if you live in an area that has significantly lower energy prices because of locational pricing, you can choose to participate in that, but it's a one-time election. You can't go back and forth when it's cheaper. So that could offer that opportunity. On the distribution side of things, one of the things you're seeing is more distribution connected solar, to a degree wind, so that you're able to put forth that cheaper generation directly into the distribution network and benefit those consumers in that local area. So some development happens there. Most of it happens at the transmission scale. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
No, it's something that we deal with in a rural environment where we carry the burden for the development of those facilities. And they're not necessarily always that popular in a rural environment, but they're not popular in an urban environment either. And so because of I'm going to say the influence of numbers of people, it forces that generation to move away from where it's actually the power is going to be used. So if I'm a $5 million homeowner on Coach Hill in Calgary, and you talk to me about wind generation directly west of my home, it's not ever going to happen. But if I happen to be a $500,000 acreage owner in Kneehill County, and you talk to me about wind generation directly to the west of my home, the odds are much higher that it's going to happen here than there. And so that's when I say the burden gets shifted to rural, it's those kind of things, because it's much easier, land costs, everything is less. But it doesn't take the burden off our transmission, nor does it put the onus on those who are demanding the power to have the power close to them. And so to me, there's a disconnect, and I understand all the reasons why the disconnect is there. Doesn't make it any easier to deal with when you're sitting in our environment.
Understood. Yeah, I think this is why, when I started on the market design working group, I was a really strong advocate of locational pricing for this very reason. You need to reflect the value in locations, and that would push a developer who's on the fence between building in Kneehill County versus Rocky U County, maybe somewhere closer to Calgary, for that very reason, that if you cross a transmission cut plane and you get across a congestion point, there's higher value there. So you might start to see the offsetting value differences take away from the land use differentials. The reality is we simply don't have quarter sections within the city of Calgary. So you're going to have that. But there are the flip side, and you guys would know this far better than I, but you're going to get some property taxes from the construction, so it's not without any benefit. And I think more so it is a decision of the landowner. So if it was imposed upon you and the government expropriated land and said, we're building this nuclear plant in your county or whatever plant it was, I would greatly understand the cries of foul. If it's a landowner of a quarter section saying, this is the use of my land, this is the highest value use of my land for me, and I'm making a private decision to do so, I totally get the how a neighbor could still not like that, depending on what I build on there. but that is something that would be in large part in the purview of that private landowner.
Yeah, and that's always the balance that we have to face is landowner rights and the ability of them to make maximum usage of their land. I will make the argument that you do have linear quarters of land in most cities along your transportation corridors and other places that are not being utilized that could be.
Okay.
So I would make that argument.
Yeah,
So.
fair.
Councillor Penner.
Sorry, you talk about quarter sections, just look around Calgary, on the outskirts of Calgary, there's quarter sections of warehouse after warehouse. Why are there not solar panels on those buildings?
Yeah.
And further to that, have you had discussions with city planners and that kind, like as part of your getting feedback? You know, because there's quarter section after quarter section. Every time you go to the city, there's more of the land which we have to try and feed the world with taken away from us, you know?
I think we should have panels on those flat roofs in the northeast of Calgary, for sure. My daughter plays volleyball, so I drive around those warehouses. That's where all the volleyball courts are. I absolutely think we should, and to some degree there are more. I think that's simply a question of economics. What's the return on that? If you're displacing your energy costs, and I think Councillor Whitstock already pointed out, energy costs are relatively low. You're not getting much of a distribution benefit, although you are getting that benefit for what's consumed. And if you don't have locational pricing to point out that the actual value of power within the city of Calgary proper is much higher than in Three Hills, you have less private reason to do so, you know. And but I think if we have this conversation 10, 15 years from now, or if we drove around those neighborhoods, I would fully expect, barring some even more egregious moratorium, that we would see those because they simply make sense. It's an already disturbed land, flat roof, it's easy to build on. We do have areas like the southeast of Calgary. There's some reasonably large solar developments by ATCO near the Shepherd facility. It's just not, they look like a lot of land within the city of Calgary, but they don't produce that much because it pales in comparison to some of the ones out by Vulcan.
Right. No, and thank you for that, sorry.
But yeah, I agree with you that those do make sense. And I should say, like, NMAX and the city of Calgary do look at those. I've been in some projects with them where they do look at facilitating, you know, the acceleration of commercial PV developments.
Right. But I think at the end of today's summit, the reliability is what we need in rural Alberta here. Like, we can't, in the wintertime, have no power for a day or 3 days. Like, I'd love to see the city go without power for a full day or 3 days to see what happens. You know what I mean? It's a big job, like, for us out here. And just because we don't have the numbers, it seems like we don't have the voice. So reliability is the biggest thing, I think, for rural.
Yeah.
Councillor Cunningham, you had a question.
Yeah, just question and comment, really. I really appreciate you coming here because I think, like the Reeves comments, I think that's what we hear as municipal councillors in a rural environment. So I appreciate somebody from a large urban center coming and hearing what the challenges that we face out here. It was funny. I was at a meeting one time with a renewable company, and one of our ratepayers asked that company, well, will my rates go down because I'm living across? And they very honestly looked at him and said, no, not a chance. So, I mean, at least they were honest with that. But the economic withholding piece, Minister Neudorf knows every time that we go to a convention that I'm going to ask him about that. So I'm going to keep doing that. But looks like we're making some headway on that. But when we talk about the decisions of the landowner, I think when Councillor Phobos mentioned the reclamation piece, every time we do go to our conventions, reclamation of oil and gas is always one of the hot topics. And so I think for myself, what I appreciated what the provincial government did was put that little bit of a moratorium on and say, whoa, like, we don't want the renewables to become that oil and gas piece. We want a plan. We don't want that, so it comes back to the cost to the municipality, which in essence is our ratepayers and us. So I think, well, it doesn't seem like a huge issue right now. We have seen a lot of projects come to our area and in our neighboring municipalities. So we just want to get ahead of that reclamation piece, so we're not having that same issue that we faced with oil and gas. The plan comes after and the money comes after. We want that to be done before. So I think that's where we're at with that.
I get that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Are we now well educated about our energy production, distribution, and otherwise?
I was just gonna say, Reeve, could we have a copy of these slides?
Yep. Mike and Carolyn have them, and I just posted my, my contact info there. It'll be in the slides, but I'm, part of the reason why I left industry wasn't for a pay raise, I'll tell you that.
Really?
Was I enjoy doing this. I enjoy getting involved in policy work, and I have my areas of, call it blinders or weak spots. And, you know, I look at systems as a whole. I'm not ignorant to the impacts on communities, but hearing from folks like you, where, like you pointed out, Reeve King, this is where the renewable development is happening, and your concerns, your issues, your thoughts around it might differ from someone who lives in inner Calgary. So I really appreciate hearing from you, and feel free to reach out anytime. I'm happy to come back to.
Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Penner.
I sit on the Drumheller Solid Waste Association, and the recycling part, it needs to, this all needs to be on a halt until it is out there, like ARMA, the Alberta Recycling Management. We just have to point them to that. We can't even give them an answer to what they're doing with them, you know what I mean? Because there are lots that are broken while shipped, there are some that are damaged in construction and some other stuff. So that recycling part is huge, and as far as I'm concerned, it should all be on halt until there is a program in place. Just my opinion, sorry, but like I said, I have to say to people, I don't know what they're doing with it. You just need to phone Alberta ARMA, and they'll tell you what to do with those panels.
Anyway, I'm going to say thank you very much, Blake, Dr. Schaffer. Even though you're not a medical doctor, you're still a doctor. We very much appreciate the time that you've taken, and I hope you felt it was worthwhile having the conversation with us. We certainly feel that way. The information is valuable to us, and so thank you.
Welcome.
Appreciate you making the trip out, and if you brought your electric car, we wish you we wish you a safe trip home.
Yeah, a long extension cord. Yeah, thank you all.
The other thing too, I think with yourself coming out, is if there's ever students or whatever, they should come to our areas, you know, to recommend to them to come to rural and listen to conversations like this, you know, because it is different urban to rural, you know.
Have you heard of the 10 Peaks program? I participate in that. It's very interesting. It's run out of Lacombe, and it's for rural central Alberta high school students to get a sense about energy and broad strokes. So it's the person who started is from oil and gas, but they're sort of wanting to get kids exposure to, you know, why are we talking about renewables? Why are we talking about carbon capture, climate policy, etc. And I've gone out, and there's maybe 600 kids in an auditorium in Lacombe, and I give talks on, does an electric vehicle work in the winter? It's really great, because these kids ask great questions. I think they come away from it with, they've learned something. The speakers tend to be pretty good, pretty balanced. So it's, yeah, I think it's called 10 Peaks. I highly recommend if you have the opportunity to connect your school system into it. Cause
Can you connect with the Calgary school or an Edmonton school too? Our rural kids realize that they can't rely on an EV vehicle out here, you know what I mean? So we want to really educate those urban kids, what we have to go through out here, that not everybody can have EV, you know?
Yeah.
But sorry, I'm on this.
Yeah.
Boy, obviously you've touched some
Yeah.
tender spots, right?
It's really positive. No, thank you a lot. This is awesome, so.
All right.
Okay, Councillor Christie, comment.
Just a comment, 30 years ago, when we went from a regular rate of power to a commercial rate, we were running a big hog setup. Whatever our commercial rate spiked at for a month is what we were billed for the month, and I panicked and said, holy. When we got it into the system, our rates were 60% of what they were before. So retail has an opportunity here to sell the staging of charging and all that kind of stuff, just on their billing part. If the retail part has to step up, not be mandated by that.
But the system has to change to allow for it too.
Can I just one more?
Yeah, there are some changes. The Alberta Utilities Commission has actually started down a pathway of trying to get more innovation from the retailer front by allowing for time varying rates that, you know, the rate varies so dramatically at the wholesale level. And if you told somebody that, I think I've translated this into gasoline prices, within a day, the effective price of electricity translated to gasoline would range from about $2 a liter to 5 cents a liter. If your gas station's fluctuating like that, you better believe people are gonna keep an eye on when the 5 cent per liter prices are, and they're quite predictable too, and seen in advance. So, and I think maybe that's why we're seeing such flexibility on the EV charging front, is people have a mindset of, driving to Costco to save 5 cents for gas. If you can save, get your power at half the price at other times, it's pretty sort of part of our id to go do that.
Yeah. Money motivates, right?
Yeah, money motivates, and there's something about saving on your fuel for your car that really motivates people more than anything else.
Okay, I'm gonna allow one more question. I'm just gonna tell council that every question we ask reduces the amount of break time you're gonna get.
Stop it, yeah. No,
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Sorry, I just had to say quickly, because something you said, and I appreciate your email, I'm gonna pass it on to my husband, because when he tells me and follows me around the house and tells me to shut every light off, I'm gonna tell him I heard a presentation today that said that doesn't affect the cost of the power, so thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Or less so than it used to.
Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Schaffer. We very much appreciate your time spent with us today and your willingness to spend that time. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Okay, cheers.
Okay, we are going to take a 8-minute break. So we are in recess to 10:35. Okay, it's 10:35 and I'm going to call our meeting back to order. And the next item on our agenda will be 6.1, which is the second quarter variance report. So welcome, Ms. von Merbach. It's been a while since we've seen you, but welcome here. And we look forward to the information that you have for us.
Good morning, Council.
Morning.
Today I'm bringing forward the second quarter variance report. So this report speaks to the county's progress in terms of against the budget to June 30th, 2025. It reports on our operating budget performance to date. It reports on the status of all approved operating and capital projects, and it also provides some other supplementary information on key financial indicators. So the first piece that I always go over is Appendix A, which is our operating budget variance report by function. So again, this relates to everything that happened up until June 30th. At this point, we're projecting a $3,130,000 positive variance on our budget, a surplus. However, most of that is actually made up of kind of one-off items that aren't anticipated to be a part of the budget. So of that $1,382,000, or 44% of that variance, relates to the receipt of unbudgeted funds from investment revenues. This is an intentional piece, and you've seen that in the last few years, where councils opted to not increase investment returns within the core operating budget due to those returns being something that fluctuates depending on what's going on in the economy. And so that amount is actually, you'll see in this report, requested to be refunded into reserves. And that's kind of the strategy that the council's adopted, that those funds build reserves rather than fund the operating budget. An additional $1,120,000, or 35.8% of that surplus, relates to the receipt of funds for the sale of capital equipment. Again, this is a similar item in the budget. We budget for $100,000 worth of capital equipment plan sales every year, but we know that that amount is not likely to be the amount we get from selling capital equipment, and anything over and above that goes into the capital equipment plan reserve. And again, that's just a function of keeping things stable within the operating budget rather than actually trying to forecast what we might sell in any given year from reserves and then having that be a fluctuating number within our revenues each year. So when you take those two kind of isolated items off that are not really a part of the core operating budget variance, our remaining variance is $627,621, which represents a 1.9% overall variance from the budget. Again, this is forecasted to year end, so that number can fluctuate when we get closer to the end of the year. That's a fairly tight amount. 1.9% is not super comfortable, right? Administration really kind of feels that 4 to 6% is sort of a comfortable range, where when you're fluctuating from the budget, you know that there's some flexibility within operations to handle things. When you start getting into those smaller percentages, you're just that much more at risk of going over budget and things, having to come back to council to readdress where that operating budget sits and what that looks like. And when that happens, that can also affect how operations can happen, because we end up sitting at a place where we can't do something that we might need to do operationally because we don't have the available budget. So with that, that's kind of your overall summary of where that surplus comes from. When you look at revenues, there's a $2.5 million favorable variance forecasted to year end. Again, most of that is those investment returns and the capital equipment plan sales. But on a little more detail, licenses and permits has a $19,000 unfavorable variance. So this relates to planning and development permits, which are just coming in lower than they were last year and what we might have expected to see this year. Operating grants have a $7,500 unfavorable variance. This relates to a decrease in the ASB grant support from the province. Other revenue has a $4,500 favorable variance, which relates to water department service connections and the convenience fee paid to online payments. Those water department service connections are something that we typically don't budget for in that category, again, because it's something that we can't really anticipate how many we have. But it's also, sorry, actually that comes later. I lied, ignore me on that part. Those are a little bit different than the stuff that comes into special taxes and frontage. Sales of goods and services has a $1,300 unfavorable variance, which has a couple favorable variances and unfavorable variances included. There's $13,000 favorable for various revenues, including call revenue, safety codes, dust control, scrap metal sales, oil field permitting, waste charges, map sales, bylaw enforcement, and paid parking. There's $9,000 favorable variance related to planning department fees, and then there's a $7,600 favorable variance related to water charges. Then there's a $31,000 unfavorable variance in bulk water sales. Sales to other governments has a $48,000 unfavorable variance. This includes $18,000 favorable related to an unbudgeted transfer site agreement, a $10,000 favorable variance related to the Aqua 7 contract, a $75,000 unfavorable variance. This relates to the carbon management services contract, which is not proceeding. There's also a corresponding favorable variance in salaries and wages related to that happening. And then there's a $1,200 unfavorable variance related to various revenues, including dispatch services and peace officer contracts. Rental income has a $6,000 favorable variance related to building rentals. Penalties and fines has a $74,000 favorable variance relating to penalties on property taxes. There's higher than we anticipated arrears balances this year that resulted in that. Property taxes has a $12,000 unfavorable variance. This just relates to assessment adjustments that have happened after the tax rate bylaw was adopted. Special taxes and frontage has a $13,500 favorable variance. This is where that $25,000 favorable variance related to riser connections. They aren't included in our core operating budget because there's something we don't really know how much to anticipate every year. And council might recall in Q4, we generally take anything that's above budget in those amounts and put them back into the water reserve at the end of the year. And then there's an $11,000 unfavorable variance related to the Trochu special levy. And this is just, it was budgeted for the budget cycle. It was budgeted as last year's levy amount. And then the amount that we actually had to levy this year is lower than we expected. Partly because we over levied last year. So our actual amount, we actually got to reduce this year. Then this is where we get to these two big favorable variances. Return on investments is that $1,382,000 favorable variance. Again, and that relates to the preliminary reserve strategy that's been presented to council. And motion number 1 within this report recommends the contribution of $680,757. Now I'll note that number's different than our year-end forecast. The amount we're actually wanting to contribute to reserves is the amount that was over and above expected budget as of June 30th. So council will see when we go through a fourth quarter report, anything over and above that we remains after that point, we'll put that into reserves as well. And then capital equipment plan sales has that $1,120,000 favorable variance. And again, motion number 2 is recommending that that amount be contributed to the reserves, to the capital equipment plan reserve. Then in terms of expense summary, there's a $617,916 favorable variance forecasted to the end of the year. Included in that, contract goods and services has a $134,000 favorable variance, which includes $36,000 favorable relating to training, conferences, and memberships, $25,000 favorable related to various items across departments. This includes IT contracts, public land mowing, equipment rentals, bylaw enforcement, inspection services, contracted grounds maintenance, fire reimbursements, freight and postage, and waste collection. When I lump a bunch of those into one line item on here, it's because each individual one doesn't have a significant variance to really note, and it's just a little bit more simplified rather than end up with 50 line items explaining contract goods and services. We kind of lump those ones that really aggregately, none of them independently have a large variance. Then there's $23,000 favorable related to advertising and PR, $18,000 favorable in building repair and maintenance initiatives, $11,000 favorable for contracted vehicle maintenance, $11,000 favorable related to professional fees, $10,000 favorable related to land care programming, $5,000 favorable for council training and development, $5,000 favorable for major maintenance initiatives, and $10,000 unfavorable related to insurance. Then we look at materials, goods, supplies, and utilities, which has a forecasted $187,000 favorable variance. Includes $50,000 favorable related to line painting, which is not proceeding in 2025. $39,000 favorable for weed control chemicals. $36,000 favorable for general goods, small tools, and supplies across departments. $22,000 favorable in utilities. $17,000 favorable in miscellaneous items, including shop supplies, grater blades, culverts, and dust control chemicals. $14,000 favorable for fuel, and $9,000 favorable related to utility department supplies. When we look at salaries and wages, there's a $227,000 favorable variance. This includes $145,000 favorable related to that management services contract not proceeding. Again, that's where we were anticipating collecting half of that amount through revenue with that contract agreement, and then it's not proceeding, so you see those two variances. There's an $82,000 favorable variance related to core salaries, group benefits, seasonal wages, overtime, and employee turnover. Then under provision for allowances, we're looking at a $37,000 favorable variance, and this is just due to the anticipated tax write-offs for uncollectible accounts that we anticipate bringing forward to council at a future meeting. Purchases from other governments has a $9,600 unfavorable variance, and this relates to the Drumheller Waste Commission payment increase. Transfer to other governments has a $36,000 favorable variance, which includes variances for fire agreements and the Trochu special levy. And then transfers to individuals and organizations has a $4,500 favorable variances relating to grant programming anticipated to not be fully utilized. So that finishes Appendix A. Then Appendix B has basically the same.
Councillor Forbes, you have a question?
Just back up underneath where it said you had an unfavorable for insurance. Is that across the whole organization? Like insurance costs increased?
Through the chair, that is correct. That's across the organization.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? I'm not seeing any, so if you go ahead, please.
Absolutely. So Appendix B has basically, it's all about the operating budget as well. It's just broken out by department rather than by functional category. So I've also summarized the key driving factors by each department. Under council, there's no revenues associated with council, but there's a $16,000 favorable variance related to contracted services and salaries. There's corporate items, so that all includes like property taxes and all the things that are sort of not really attributed to one specific department. It has that $2,562,000 favorable variance, so this relates to that return on investments in capital equipment plan sales. Again, both of which have motions to contribute those funds into reserves associated with this report. There's a $52,000 favorable variance that primarily relates to transfers to other governments, and as well as provision for allowances, which are related to uncollectible property taxes. The Office of the CAO has that $75,000 unfavorable revenue variance. Again, that's that carbon management services not proceeding. Conversely, there's a favorable variance of $135,000 in the Office of the CAO department, primarily relating to the management services contract, and it's offset by a small unfavorable variance in core salaries for the department. Corporate services, again, has no revenues directly associated with that department, and there's $98,000 of unfavorable variance in expenditures, and that relates to contracted services, materials, and salaries and benefits. Transportation, all revenues are on budget or are anticipated to be on budget with no significant variances anticipated. And then expenditures have a $2,600 favorable variance, which relates to primarily relating to road line painting, which is actually offset by some unfavorable salaries, insurance, and utility variances. Environmental services has a $35,000 favorable revenue variance related to the water connection fees, and then a $68,000 favorable variance related to contracted services, salaries, materials, and supplies, and offset by an unfavorable variance in the Drumheller Waste Commission payment. Facilities, again, no associated revenues. There's a $28,000 favorable expenditure variance related to contracted services, salaries, and materials. Enforcement has a $7,000 unfavorable variance relating to fines and call-out services, a $16,000 favorable variance related to contracted services and salaries, And then fire has a $16,000 favorable variance related to rental revenue, safety codes, and call revenue, and an $11,000 favorable revenue or expenditure variance relating to the provincial policing payment. Disaster has a $2,800 favorable revenue variance related to reimbursements for training facilitated by the county, and a very small favorable expenditure variance related to salaries. Planning has an unfavorable revenue variance of $10,000 related to licenses and permits, and expenses have a $14,000 favorable variance related to contracted services and salaries. Agricultural Services has a $10,000 unfavorable variance related to a reduction in provincial operating grants and extension programming revenues, and an $89,000 favorable expenditure variance primarily relating to weed control chemicals as well as land care programming, salaries, and fuel. Parks has a $2,700 unfavorable variance related to the sale of services, and a $54,000 unfavorable variance related to contracted services, materials, and salaries. Cemeteries has a $1,000 favorable variance related to plot sales. Parks has a favorable yeah, sorry, I said unfavorable, I think that was favorable. Sorry, I had to double check that. That should actually say favorable variance under Parks expenditures. I was trying to figure out how the heck they were over on that. I couldn't figure out in my head. Sorry about that. And then a $1,000 favorable variance related to plot sales and cemeteries, and an $11,000 favorable variance for seasonal wages, contracted services, and community grants. Economic development, again, no associated revenues with that department, and there's an $18,000 favorable variance related to advertising, professional fees, and salaries. So that summarizes everything related to the operating budget.
Councillor Cunningham, you have a question.
So, question maybe for my fellow council members that are on Ag Services. I'm just wondering, what was the province's reasoning for reducing that provincial operating grant, or was there a reason given?
Is there ever a reason?
Well, I guess we have a delegation this afternoon, maybe we could ask, but just curious if there was.
Excellent point.
That program keeps getting down and down every year. Like they're just downloading costs to the municipality.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you, through the chair. I believe some of the shift is also within the grants requirements and programming. So some of the things that used to be covered for programming has actually shifted that responsibility. So there's been some changes within the actual programming of what the grant can actually cover versus what it actually does now. So that's where some of the shift in that funding actually came from as well.
And I had a question on the policing. So does that mean we paid less for policing than we anticipated?
My understanding is we are anticipated to pay marginally less. We haven't actually seen, so they bill from March till like April 1st to March 31st. My understanding is it's slightly down.
So we're anticipating that they're continuing that pattern?
Yes. I don't know that it'll continue to go down. It doesn't seem that we've seen an increase from what we had originally told us that we'd top out on.
So from what we budgeted, anticipating the province was going to ask for, we're seeing a slight reduction from what we thought we might see.
That is correct.
Okay. Yep. Thank you. I don't see any other questions right now, so I think you're good to go forward.
Okay, then we move on to operating projects. So there's 23 operating projects included in the 2025 budget. This includes projects that were approved within the 2025 budget and any that were carried forward from 2024. Of that, 17 have no projected variance based on the project progress as of June 30th, and 6 are projected to be completed under budget. And because all those projects are funded out of reserves, anything that is completed under budget, that is just money that will stay in reserves rather than being pulled out. So we actually don't pull that money officially out. We allocated that it's coming out, but until we actually expenditure, we don't pull them directly out of reserves. And then for capital projects, we have 30 capital projects in 2025. And again, 16 have no projected variance based on the project progress as of June 30th, and 14 are projected to be completed under budget. Cash and investment summary. We continue to generate reasonably strong rates of return on investments, not like we saw maybe a year or two ago. Currently, we're looking at a range of 3.3% to 6.05%. And these returns are going to decrease a bit in third quarter due to decreases in the prime interest rate and the renewal of GICs at rates lower than we achieved from recent years. And then the reserve continuity, again, is always included just to show what the available balances of reserves and what those transactions are looking like. The reserves are only ever touched if council approves new contributions, expenditures, or amends project budgets, or projects are completed under budget, then that money returns. So when council looks at the 2025 available balance is really the unallocated balance. Nothing has, no commitments have been made out of that amount. And then the projected ending balance takes into account the motions that we're recommending within this report, and also takes into account potential, our projected under budget projects, but those won't be realized until we actually finalize those projects. And that is the end of my second quarter variance report, unless there are further questions.
All right, questions related to second quarter variance? It's clear as mud. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions at this point. So we want a motion about the contribution to the reserve and the two different reserves, the parks and the capital equipment plan. Okay. Councillor Penner.
So I'll start off, I make the first motion that council approves the contribution of $680,757 to the Parks Reserve in relation to investment returns.
Okay, so this is the revenue that we've generated on the investment side, and the recommendation is at this point that it go into the Parks Reserve. Okay, just to be clear. Any questions or discussion related to the motion to approve a contribution of $680,757 to the Parks Reserve in relation to investment returns? Any questions, comment? Not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Whitstock.
And I would like to move that council approve a contribution of $1,120,898 to the Capital Equipment Plan Reserve in relation to the sale of capital equipment.
All right. So equipment sales are good, eh? All right, so we do have a motion to approve a contribution of $1,120,898 to the Capital Equipment Plan Reserve in relation to the sale of capital equipment. So revenues generated by capital equipment sales going back to the Capital Equipment Reserve. Any questions, discussion, or comment? Okay, I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to ask the question. All those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. And do we need a motion to just approve the second quarter variance report as presented? Mr. Hogan.
Through the chair, I think we usually do get one. Technically, you don't. You've made motions and actioned it, but I think historically we've had one.
Okay. So then I would look for a motion to receive the second quarter variance report as presented. Councillor Christie.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to receive the second quarter variance report as presented or for information. Any questions, comment, discussion? If not, all those in favor? And that is also carried unanimously. And thank you very much, Ms. Von Merbach, and you can tell everyone in the background there who's doing all that hard work. Thank you on behalf of council. Yep, thank you. Okay, we have a delegation in 3 seconds, the Ballard group. So we're going to take a small recess to allow them to get set up. And please hear me say small recess. All right, it's 11:02, and I am going to call our meeting back to order. And I guess I'm going to say welcome. If I get your name wrong, is it Batty?
Yes.
Okay, and Miss McCaffrey?
Yep.
Okay, welcome here. Before I get you to, and of course, Fallon, welcome. Before I get you to start your presentation, I'm just going to get the people in this room here to introduce themselves to you, and then if you would just give us a brief introduction and then your presentation, that would be greatly appreciated. So I'll start with you, Councillor Cunningham, if you would, please. And
Good morning, thanks for being here. Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, Division 5, and I was lucky enough to meet you folks on last Wednesday night at Three Hills Discovery Night, so nice to see you again.
Good morning, Jerry Whitstock, Division 3, that's the Acme-Linden area.
Good morning, Debbie, I'm in Division 2 in the Swalwell area.
And I'm Ken King, and I represent Division 7, which is basically the northeast portion, so kind of Trochu north and east of Trochu to the river, Buffalo Jump, that area. So.
Good morning, I'm Faye McGee, Division 1, so that's the southeast corner that comes right up to the Drumheller area.
Good morning, Carrie Phillips, Division 4.
Wade Christie, Division 6, so I'm in the northwest corner.
Go ahead, Mr. Hogan.
Morning, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good morning, Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good morning, Kevin Gannon. Nice to see you again.
Hey, morning, folks. Mike Zero, Director of Infrastructure.
Good morning, Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
All right, so I'll turn it over to the three of you. Welcome here, and anytime you're ready.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you all for having us and introducing yourselves. Good morning. My name is Asad Bhatti. I am a senior associate with the Ballad Group, and on this project that we're going to be presenting about, I am the research lead, so I'm taking care of things like methodology, execution of the project, and ultimately the strategy that we're going to be drafting at the end of things. I'll let my colleague here, Bree, introduce herself as well.
So my name's Bree. I'm a research analyst with Ballad. I have a background in recreation, sport, and tourism. So that will be my main role with this project. And yeah, I've been with Ballad for about a year now, and yeah, very excited to be working on this project and meeting all of you today. Oh, sorry.
And I'm Fallon Sherlock. I am just here as support as they provide the presentation and the information.
Perfect. So yeah, without further ado, I think we can get started. So yeah, we're going to be talking today about the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment that we are working on. This presentation is going to be a project brief. So it's to provide information on exactly what's happening here, who we are exactly, what's our methodology, what has been done so far, some timelines and next steps. So we'll get started. In the agenda, exactly like I had mentioned, you can see that we're going to start with a company background, work on talking about the project team, and an overview of the project as well. We're then going to be talking about methodology, specifically engagement, because there is a significant engagement goal that we have in this project that I'll talk a little bit more about later. The project schedule, and then next steps about what we're going to be doing. So first of all, I'll talk a little bit more about Ballad Group, the company that both me and Bree are from. So we're a Alberta-based consulting firm. We operate out of 6 offices across the province, and we have over 60 staff. Ballad Group is a company that's, since 2012, we worked on both things to do with employment services as well as consulting. And consulting is the team that me and Bree are a part of. In consulting, we've worked on over 400 projects since 2012, as mentioned, in different areas, including community development, tourism, recreation, housing, economic development, strategic planning, and other areas as well. We're really well versed, especially in strategy development and needs analysis, which are both relevant areas for this project that we're working on now. Our approach generally across all these different fields is a listen first and then react philosophy. We're very much about making sure that we're not doing cookie cutter solutions, for example, or using too many templates or things like that. We really want to ensure that we are understanding, acknowledging, and acting on the fact that each community and each project we work on is unique and different. There's going to be specific needs that we have to take into account for every single project that we work on, and we take that to heart and ensure that all of our project methodologies are tailored specifically for the client that we're working with at that time. Our focus is to be engagement driven, so we want to ensure that engagement is a key focus in all of our methodology, and we want to be evidence based. We want to ultimately conclude make conclusions and draft strategies and recommendations that are based in the reality of what we have found throughout the project. And then in terms of our experience, we have worked across the province and also in Saskatchewan and in BC and other areas as well with municipalities, Indigenous governments, community organizations, nonprofits, so on and so forth. We have worked with a lot of different groups basically in a lot of different places, especially in rural areas of the province, which we'll talk a little bit more about when we go into our team. So I won't go and give the whole spiel of basically everything, but as for myself, I'm a senior associate here at Ballad. My experience is that I was previously the Director of Housing at the Rural Development Network for the Sustainable Housing Initiative, where I work primarily in affordable housing developments. Because of this experience, I have a lot of knowledge and know-withal about the specific, let's say, challenges and circumstances that a lot of rural communities face across the province. And so I'm able to make sure that that context is taken into account when working on different projects that we work on here at Ballad. Aaron, who wasn't able to make it today, is our engagement lead. So he's an IAP2 trained engagement facilitator. And what that means is that he's able to ensure that when we are conducting engagement, doing things like surveys, focus groups, so on and so forth, we'll learn more about that later on, that we are completing them with a level of expertise that's required for wholesome engagement, but also at the same time in a way that's going to ensure that the outcomes we are desiring are being achieved. He likewise has a lot of experience working with different rural and remote communities all across not only the province, but also into the territories, Manitoba and Saskatchewan as well. Holly Johnson, also who wasn't able to make it today, as our project manager. So she's another senior associate, and she takes care of ensuring that all the administrative tasks that are assigned to the project, related to the project, are being taken care of. That includes coordination with the county staff, includes things like setting up meetings, preparing everything that has to do with billing, meeting notes, so on and so forth. Holly makes sure that that is all taken care of so we can focus on the actual execution of the project. And then Bree here, as our research analyst, she is the primary project writer for this. She has experience in working on similar projects regarding parks and recreation, as well as in engagement. So she's very well versed in the work that we're doing on here, and is looking to bring that experience and that expertise to this project. So the project overview, what exactly are we trying to achieve with this project, and what is our focus area, what is our outcome? So the purpose of this project is to provide Kneehill County with a clear understanding of the current state of your recreation and park systems, including facilities, programs, spaces, as well as parks, to identify strategic priorities for the next 10 years. We want to, in summary, look at all of the related assets that currently exist, understand where we want to be in the future, and then create a plan for working towards that future. The focus areas are to understand what facilities and programs currently exist, evaluate their condition, their usage, identify where service gaps or opportunities exist for improvement, and then consider the role of tourism, changing population trends, and of course alignment with the council's strategic plans. Our outcome then is to deliver a needs assessment that blends community input, facility data, and best practices that will then give prioritized recommendations for how exactly Kneehill County's recreation system can be built to be sustainable, inclusive, and ready for the future, achieving all the goals that not only council has, but also that would benefit the community in the long run. In terms of our scope and methodology to achieve this outcome and to achieve this project, we're going to be working on a scope that includes all recreation facilities, spaces, parks, and programs that are used by Kneehill County residents. This includes, as mentioned, county-owned parks, campgrounds, and trails, facilities in internal municipalities, Acme, Linden, Carbon, Three Hills, Trochu, for example, partner-operated assets, as well as key private and tourism facilities that serve the public. This includes, for example, Horseshoe Canyon. We will also then want to assess these in certain areas, and those areas are to talk about the facility condition, life cycle stage and amenities, the accessibility and geographic coverage of these assets that exist, their usage patterns, their operational models, things like service gaps and opportunities for collaboration, and then the impact that these assets have on tourism and regional partnership potential. Ultimately, this gets into our methodology. So this is where we're looking at how do we take what we have for our scope, how we want to assess things, and then actually make a methodology that will result in the outcome that we want. That is through data collection that will be informed by community engagement to ultimately lead to analysis and recommendations. So our methodology, as mentioned before, is a mixed method that takes into account both things like best practices and data analysis that we can collect from secondary sources, as well as generating primary data from things like engagement. So the things that we'll be looking at as part of our methodology are facility inventory and GIS mapping. We'll talk a little bit more about this later, about what's been achieved right now, but it's on-the-ground asset mapping to actually visit all the assets that we're looking at and talking about, see things like their condition, assess them, so on and so forth. We're then going to be doing demographic and economic analysis. This is important to understand future trends and things that might be happening that could impact the county in the future. We want to ensure that we're not just making a plan for now, but a plan that will still be effective in a decade's time. Benchmarking is something that we're going to be including as part of this project. This is comparisons with other similar communities so that we can see things like what's working, what's not working, and what should Kneehill County consider for their own parks and recreation needs. We're then going to be doing community engagement. This will be a mix of public surveys, workshops, and open house, so on and so forth. We'll talk a little bit more about what we're doing exactly for engagement and what we've already done. And as mentioned, that's going to be a big part of this project because we have specific goals to engage as much as possible with as many county residents as possible, so this plan is really informed by what people living in the county think. And then best practice research. We're going to be identifying innovative, cost-effective models that fit Kneehill's rural context. So not just looking at the best practices and what should be done when it comes to parks and recreation, but how does that fit Kneehill's context, and how does that work in a way that could be beneficial for the county? So we can talk about what we've done so far. So this is a little bit dated now because the presentation was sent in August and we've been working on it hard still since then. So I'll update you also with things that have been done since this presentation has been made. So we've done the project kickoff already. We've started the project. We have met with the county project team. We've assigned a PSC. We call them a project steering committee on the county side that helps ensure that the county's needs and requirements are being met. And then we've confirmed things like scope, timelines, and deliverables. We've also done engagement planning. So we finalized a detailed engagement plan that meets participation targets, includes surveys, workshops, so on and so forth, as discussed. And then we've also done on-the-ground asset surveying. So we did a 3-day asset survey that covered Wimborne, Thorrington, areas like Horseshoe Canyon, so on and so forth. You can see the full list on the slide deck, of course. And then we documented things like conditions, amenities, usage rates, signage, so on and so forth. That will help inform our analysis. Trochu and Three Hills, as mentioned there, were still upcoming at that time, but I'm happy to say that as of last week, we have also done a full asset mapping of things in Trochu and Three Hills, so we are actually complete in our asset mapping for this project. So this is just a map showing where we have been. Our route was a little bit of a horseshoe in a sense, ironically. So we started in Wimborne and ended basically in Huxley over those 3 days. And so we visited a lot of the areas that exist in the county, saw a lot of the beautiful sites, the parks, the recreation facilities that exist, which gives us a really good in-person context of what is working, what maybe requires a little bit of adjustment, so on and so forth. And as mentioned, this map at the time was made with the 3-day visit just, but we have also done Three Hills and Trochu since that time. So I'm going to talk a little bit about engagement now, because engagement is, as mentioned, a really important part of our process, but especially for this project, we want to make sure we have a very thorough engagement methodology because we want to reach as many county residents as possible. So the purpose of the engagement is to ensure, as mentioned before, that the needs assessment reflects lived experiences, the priorities and aspirations of residents, and is not just informed by otherwise secondary data and what you could be called cold analysis, which doesn't take into account the needs and priorities of locals. We're reaching residents across all hamlets, villages, and rural areas in the county. We're going to be talking to local organizations such as agricultural societies. We're going to be doing target groups as well. These could include seniors, for example, youth, indigenous communities, even seasonal visitors. And then the tourism and business sector, which is most impacted by this assessment and the assets that we are looking at. So this would include tourism operators, local businesses, and regional partners. When it comes to how we're completing this engagement with all of these different groups, we have the list of things here. So we are doing a county-wide public survey. This is online and in paper. It will be available in the county offices and libraries and schools to just generally gather feedback from people who are living in the county. We're also going to be doing stakeholder workshops and focus groups, so bringing together key groups of stakeholders in a engaging and productive way to understand their thoughts and gather their feedback. We're then going to be doing targeted outreach to key groups, such as in small group meetings or even one-on-one interviews, to ensure that all voices are heard, especially from underrepresented groups. This might include seniors, for example. We're then going to be doing business and tourism roundtables, so linking recreation planning with economic development and visitor experience. So not just looking at it in a silo, but seeing how it holistically fits the overall picture in the county. And then, of course, a public open house where we will share draft recommendations to validate our priorities before we finalize the strategy. This ensures that there's an opportunity for the public to look at exactly what is being recommended and seeing and making sure that that aligns with their vision for the future. In terms of our timeline, again, this is a little bit in the past, so I'll talk about what is being done right now. But in July and August, we worked on finalizing the engagement plan and then designing survey and outreach materials, submitting content for a utility insert and newsletter and the newspaper, and then also doing stakeholder outreach, beginning stakeholder outreach for the engagement. Late in August, we had launched a public survey. We attended Discovery Night just last week in early September, and then we had done stakeholder interviews. And now into September, continuing on, we are going to continue the survey promotion. We'll talk a little bit more about kind of what we're doing there in terms of advertisement and such. We held initial workshops, are going to be holding initial workshops and focus groups, as mentioned, to really target specific groups of stakeholders. We're going to be doing ongoing check-ins with the PSC to see where engagement is going and adjusting as necessary. And then we're going to do an engagement review at the midpoint in September to really ensure that the impact that we want to make sure we're having is being achieved. So just quickly, as I mentioned in terms of survey promotion, right now the survey has been shared. When we had done Discovery Night before, we shared a bunch of posters with, say, libraries and churches and such, to ensure that everybody had an opportunity to advertise and ensure that county residents knew that there was a survey going around, that we want to hear their voice. But also we're going to be doing online promotion and other promotions as well to ensure that as many people as possible are reached to in the county. Into October and then November and December, we're going to be doing targeted follow-up outreach. We're going to be completing any remaining workshops and focus groups and then closing the survey and then preparing our preliminary findings. In November and December, near the tail end of the project, we will do community roadshow sessions if required, and then draft recommendations to PSC and staff. That ensures that, again, that the recommendations before they go out to the public are aligned with county goals and really reflect the county's vision. Our anticipated deliverables in 3 areas, analysis and findings, action and strategy, and communication tools are listed there. So for analysis and findings, we want to present a final report, an executive summary, facility database, and GIS mapping, basically all the work that we are doing when it goes out to, when we're going out to communities and doing asset mapping, when we're doing engagement, so on and so forth. That raw data is going to be provided, not just our reports, so you can look at it specifically in terms of the data that's been collected. For action and strategy, the implementation roadmap, funding and partnership strategies, the actual, for example, action plans that we're going to be developing will be shared, of course, as part of our deliverable package. And then communication tools. So this will include summary visuals, maps, infographics for county use. Our project schedule overall, now that we've looked at engagement specifically, is that we have done the initiation as mentioned. We are working on engagement and data collection in phase 2 right now. In phase 3 is when we're going to be doing analysis and strategy drafting. So we're going to analyze all the data we collect. This is, again, both the engagement data, the asset data that we've collected, also secondary data, things like best practices and benchmarking. And then in phase 4, when we are basically closing out the project, we're going to be doing that open house as mentioned. We're going to incorporate feedback that we receive from either the public or from the PSC or council or other key stakeholders as well. Present the final needs assessment in council in January and close out the project then. So for next steps, as mentioned, we have already done the first little paragraph there. We have finalized the inventory and data collection phase. That's been complete as of last week. The engagement activities will continue into September and October to ensure that, again, we hear as much as possible from county residents. We will then draft strategy recommendations based on that engagement findings, based on those engagement findings, and also based on the analysis that we complete for best practices and comparables, as mentioned before. And then our final report and the council presentation is expected in early 2026. Thank you for the presentation and the opportunity to come to your community, and I would love to open the floor now for any questions.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there questions from council related to the presentation, the information we just have received? Councillor Penner.
And Ms. Shaw, you might be able to answer this too. Brackenier's down. Is it a regular facility? And I just noticed that Wimborne's on here twice, which I'm thinking one is Keeva's Lake on the map. Yeah, on the map. It's so Brackenier's, you are including Brackenier's? Okay, thank you.
Deputy McGee.
I also want to throw in Hesketh that has a ball diamond and things like that too. Yep, great. I wanted to say I'm really impressed that you're at Discovery Night. I really find that face-to-face opportunity really brings opportunity for people to realize that this is a real event, that they can, it personalizes it for them, I think is what I'm trying to say. I was interested to know if there's any other person-to-person opportunities you're going to be doing in this stage in other parts of the county.
Yes.
That would be, parallel to that.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor. So 100%, first of all, agree with you that the in-person is what works best in a lot of different communities. In-person engagement, in-person coming and showing people your face and showing them that, it just shows that you have a little bit of care about what you're trying to achieve in the project. So 100% agree with you on that. And yes, absolutely. I think there's just an event coming up in a few weeks here that we're going to be going to for more engagement activities. All the open houses, focus groups we're talking about will be organized in person, and as much as possible, we want to make sure that the opportunity for in-person surveys is also there. So yes, agree with you 100%, and I think if we want to achieve the outcomes that we've set out for, the goals we've set out for, in terms of engagement for this project, we have to do in person. It will probably, in my opinion, be the primary way we gather feedback from people. So yes.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I want council to really understand that when we chose a proponent here, they were really strong on their engagement numbers, which really plays into the accuracy of this report. No other consultant was going to guarantee those numbers. I'll make that very clear. So they were extremely strong with there will be engagement until these are met. So those are really strong commitments from this proponent to ensure that the county is heard and the report has a lower degree of potential error. So we're very excited for the opportunity to hear what the community is going to express and where this might lead decisions in the future.
Go ahead, Mr. Roddy.
Yeah, just seconding, thank you, Kevin, and just seconding exactly what was just said. So all of the timelines and everything that were proposed is assuming, for example, we're meeting those goals. If we're not meeting the goals for engagement, we are more than happy to continue to work as long as is needed to ensure that those engagement numbers are met because, as was just said, the accuracy of the report, to make sure it's not a document, frankly, that ends up just on a shelf and is never used and collects dust, we need to make sure that we're listening to all the county residents. So we're going to be doing engagement for as long as needed to reach those outcomes, reach the goal, reach a level of comfort that we have heard from residents, and that this document is going to be something that really guides our future.
Councillor Forbes.
I think this question is more for administration. Didn't we do can you just remind me, didn't we do a feasibility study a little while ago? Will that information also be used in our facilities? that they're looking at?
Feasibility study related to,
The buildings and what they needed and those type of things. Did we not do a feasibility study on all of our buildings that the county held a while ago?
isn't that a facility assessment? Or, Mr. Hogan, can you help clarify for us, please?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I suspect that Councillor Forbes is referring to the facility condition assessment. So that was going through a number of the buildings, looking at their life cycle, current state, things like that. So that information does exist. That project is still ongoing.
Okay, thank you.
So some of that data exists, some of it is not there yet.
Perfect, thank you.
Sure, Ms. Sherlock, please.
Sure, you'll let me talk?
Yes, absolutely.
Just for clarification, that facility assessment was strictly to Kneehill County facilities and was only to buildings. And so this general assessment with the inventory that we're completing for the recreation side will also account things like playgrounds, the campground overall, facilities that aren't county facilities as well, looking at the Trochu Pool, the Three Hills Aquatic Center, things like that. So it just gives that broader scope, and it's less of a building condition and more of a recreation availability inventory. Looking at these facilities, a general life cycle of where they're at, and then what their usage is and who's going to them, how they're being utilized within the community, and whether that opportunity is there for expansion or redirection into different opportunities.
So I guess, sorry, Councillor Cunningham, I'll let you go first and then I'll jump in.
Okay, thank you. So because I was there last Wednesday and we did get quite a few surveys delivered, I have got some feedback from some ratepayers already. A little bit of confusion around some of the survey questions. I know like number 6 says, please indicate how often you use the following indoor facilities in Kneehill County. Go ahead, okay. The aquatic center, so we don't have an indoor aquatic facility within Kneehill County. So would that want to be worded in Kneehill County and our urban partners? Like the feedback was just, it was confusing because some of these facilities we don't actually have in Kneehill County.
Right, and the intention is that it wouldn't be specific to in Kneehill County, it's just overall, how often are you using this type of facility?
Okay, because it specifically says Kneehill County, so I wondered if we would want to change the wording on that. They just found it very confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can absolutely look at that.
And that was the same with 13 as well. Please indicate how often you use the following outdoor facilities in Kneehill County. Some of them, again, we don't have in Kneehill County, but we would have within our urban partners. So I think we might just get a little bit more accuracy if we include both. That's just the feedback I got from residents that were filling out the survey.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I really appreciate that level of feedback because we can make improvements with our communication strategy as we move forward. I want the residents out there to know that our team is ready to answer any questions that come forward on this, to adapt. So if there's things that they're unclear with, we have the team here that is ready to accept those questions, and we can provide that information to all the councillors and online to ensure should there be any questions or misunderstanding to any future engagement that we can clarify it quickly so it doesn't feel onerous on them in any way, that they have an ability to voice their opinion as needed.
So I recognize the fact that we're doing a inventory and assessment of recreation facilities within the geographic Kneehill County area. So it's not just Kneehill County. The question that is sort of rumbling around in the back of my head at this point in time is, how are we determining the feedback and where it's coming from? So if the purpose is for Kneehill County to determine a 10-year plan going forward, are we assessing feedback from our residents? Are we assessing feedback from whoever gives feedback to the survey? So they potentially could be urban or rural. And is our focus on anyone who lives within our geographic area, or is it specific to Kneehill County?
So we, in the survey there, one of the first 2 questions there analyzes what division you're in within the municipality, and then what, if you're in an urban municipality, what urban municipality you're in. And so we are looking for that feedback from the region as a whole, but we will be able to break that out to Kneehill County versus urban, so that we are able to see when we're looking at facility usage, both for Kneehill residents using urbans and for urban residents using Kneehill facilities, so that we can gather a full picture data of the users of those facilities.
Okay, so the funding is Kneehill County, we're funding this project, okay? And you said you want to do the majority of the surveys hopefully in person. Is there a way for people to access the survey through a QR code or some other way? Because I notice it's not very visible in our website, and so I'm just wondering.
Yes, so the website page is upcoming. We're just working on getting that online. And so then it'll have the link for everybody to access. And we are working, one of the things that's in the engagement that's being worked on right now is the social media campaign that we'll see over the next few weeks that will link back to those pages. So at this point in time, we're in the very early stages of the survey. We're just trying to get all of the different pieces together, identify the, question issues, things like that, glitches that come up, and then we'll be able to have that online presence and have that fully accessible. And we will absolutely share that with council.
Okay, and I mean, if you want feedback from council, can you share the survey with us, and then we could give you feedback on how the questions are either directed or should be maybe more focused?
Absolutely, it is currently live, and so we will keep things so that the questions themselves are generally the same, so that we're not trying to change things partway through. But as for wording and making things more clear, we can absolutely do that within it.
Okay, I don't think, unless we were at the event in Three Hills, we wouldn't have seen the content of the survey
No,
at this
not
point?
yet.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham.
Yeah, sorry, I feel like I'm ahead of the game here because I have, and they did have little bookmarks that had the QR code, so I don't know if you folks have some of those available, maybe you could give to council, but yeah. So one of the questions that came to me more than once, question 23, to help better meet community needs for parks and recreation in Kneehill County, would you support an increase in property taxes to enhance existing or develop new recreation facilities, programs, and services? So it got asked to me, does that include a pavilion at Horseshoe Canyon? Am I committing to an increase or approving an increase in tax? So I think we want to clarify that, because that came to me more than once. And then it does ask, how much would you be willing to pay? Because somebody said, well, it could be perceived as a recreational facility, it could be perceived as a tourism. So that one, I think we're going to get fast and furious. So I would see a real need for clarification within that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
And the intent with that question was a general, if you're looking similar to how the Trochu pool is funded through the additional tax to the area of the residents around. And so in general, is that something you're in favor of, or do you not want to see additional taxes overall? But we can absolutely look at the clarification of that and give people some context to it.
Yeah, and I think because of the conversation that's been more prominent here at the council table around what's happening in Horseshoe Canyon and some of the initiatives there, it's going to be very easy to confuse the question as to be specific to Horseshoe Canyon. So if we're asking a more general question, we need to be very clear in the intent so that people understand exactly what the intent is, because the feedback will be probably relatively negative about recreation funding if it's specific to Horseshoe Canyon, depending on what part of the county you're in and depending on the individuals. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Other thoughts or questions? Councillor Phobes, please.
So we do strategic plan every 4 years when a new council gets on. So I guess this would be more for CAO Hogan. Will this report be in conjunction with the new council that will be going through that strategic plan when the new one comes on? Just confirming that for.
Mr. Hogan, if you would, please.
Through the chair, the intent is that this would be tied into council decision-making going forward. So when they look at the next 10 years, so whether that's strategic planning, yearly budget, identifying whether what facilities council may want to go forward with or not. And that's When I say that, I'm meaning that in context of not just council's decision by themselves, but as a region. So as an example, and I hope I'm not overstepping or overpromising anything here, but you know, we currently have 3 indoor arenas in the county. Do we need 3? Do we need 5? Do we need 2? Right? That starts to influence decisions that we make with not just among our own municipality, but in partnerships or discussions with our neighbors as well.
Deputy Rebecki.
I just wanted to go back to the generalized question. It's a real hard line for council to know when we're getting into the weeds, that is for you to do, and when it is time to speak up. I struggle with that sometimes, and this is an example of that. The reality is council is your first line liaison of the feel of people and how people interpret the information. And we here have more of a academic style of understanding the information as to opposed a real life in their homes style. And I think sometimes when we do surveys, we forget to adapt it to that. So a general question is absolutely intimidating and difficult for people to ask. I think you'll find out from my experiences from other jobs where I used to do surveys, they tend not to be answered wholesomely and become not valuable information in the end after all. So I really would encourage, for me, it would make more important, I would really appreciate knowing, would you put more money towards more playgrounds? Would you put money towards sporting events? If you categorize those so that people know specifically what you're talking about, they would be willing to answer. But when you make it general like that, they're going to say no or not do it because they don't know what they're saying yes to. They do need a very clear language to answer that question honestly. And so that's my feedback, and do with it what you think is wise.
I guess the other question I had, and again, it's around the context of what Kneehill County currently is doing. Is there information or awareness being provided to the survey respondents around the amount of funding Kneehill County currently is putting into recreation facilities and activities outside of the actual confines of Kneehill County? So what we're doing with our urban partners and the amount of money that's already being spent in those environments, because it does provide a context, because oftentimes residents don't recognize boundaries, municipalities do. And so it's difficult sometimes for residents to recognize that there is a, so when you ask people where they live, not very many people say Kneehill County. I make a habit of saying that because I happen to be a counselor and sitting as Reeve for Kneehill County. My wife says Trochu. I say, no dear, we live in Kneehill County, just to get that clarity. But the boundary for expenditures of funding for Kneehill County doesn't end at our boundary. It crosses those boundaries into the urbans, and we are supporting and helping recreation take place in our urban neighbors. That funding does not necessarily flow back the other way, and so I think there needs to be, the context needs to be an understanding of what recreation means, not only to Kneehill County, but to our urbans, and I agree with where we're going with it, but at the same time, there needs to be clarity about how that funding happens too. So, and so I'm not sure that the purpose of this whole engagement is to get to that level or not, but when we're asking people already if they're supportive of spending more money, do they understand how much money we currently are spending and where that money is being directed? And to me, that's an important part. So when you come and say to me, am I supportive of spending more money? First and foremost, I have to know what money is being spent and where it's being spent. And so that's a big part of the clarity I think that's required. And so when you say to me, would you spend more money on the recreation? I'm going to say yes because of my awareness of what's happening. But not everybody's going to say that because they're not necessarily either prepared to support more recreation or prepared to support recreation or facilities if they don't exactly know what we're currently doing. That's, to me, that's what, so when people talk to me about say, a facility like Horseshoe Canyon and the money that Kneehill County spends there, if I said to them, do you realize that we've spent as much money in the Ron Gore Memorial Arena as we've spent in Horseshoe Canyon? If that was a true statement, a lot of them would not be aware of that. But they would know what money's been spent in the one facility, but not necessarily to maintain the other. And so there's complexity that I think, as Deputy Reeve McGee was implying, that as councillors, we understand some of that complexity, but not necessarily the everyday man on the street. So that's, to me, that's one of the concerns I have, is in terms of that understanding and having the base knowledge to begin to answer the questions. So. You asked for feedback.
And we're always happy to receive it. So with that kind of context will be included in the final report, but in regards to the survey here, is that something that you would be looking for us to add to the survey and to these discussions? Because it's currently in part of the data analysis portion, and where we're at right now, we can put things into the categorization like had been requested, you know, would you support more funding to playgrounds or these specific things? But I don't know if we have the information together right now to be able to get it into the survey in a timely manner.
Maybe
in
just
that way.
following up. Yeah, so maybe just following up on that as well. One, exactly as Fallon has mentioned, in terms of categorizing where the money is or where people would be willing to spend money, I think absolutely we can make that adjustment. We should also be able to just key in the previous responses like accordingly and just make, like, so it wouldn't have an effect on anybody who's already done the survey. In terms of what's being discussed for ensuring that people understand the context and everything, exactly as Fallon has mentioned, is going to be in the final report. But I'm also seeing perhaps an opportunity that in those other engagements that we're going to be doing, things like focus groups, the open house, specified interviews, group engagement, so on and so forth, we can ensure that that context is presented prior to us starting the engagement. We usually do that anyway in things like group engagement, where we give an overview of the project and some context that already exists. So we can just do that as part of that, as that, you know, before we ask the question about, are you willing to spend more money, which exactly as, you know, fully appreciated here and as is being mentioned by council, is a very, very tough question to ask, because it's you know, it's your money. Like, are you really willing to spend it? We can ensure that when we're doing engagement, that we are informing people of exactly the context that has been discussed, so that they're aware of exactly what is already being spent and where it is being spent before they fully answer that question. So I think in the survey, it might get to a level of detail which could detract from the completion of the survey, is my only concern there. But in terms of providing information in these other engagements, 100%, and in the final report as well, we will ensure that it is there.
Mr. Hogan, you wanted to comment?
Through the chair, just to echo some of the concerns that have just been brought up around the getting too granular with the survey, and because there are some things that we don't, even asking a question like, do you support spending more money on playgrounds? Without being able to demonstrate what a playground actually costs, you can spend $250,000 and not get much of a playground with that. So, and again, it's what is the public awareness around some of those things? So some of those questions, I think, are around, is there a general vibe, right? Is, as a member of the public, do you feel that you're spending enough on, that's the wrong way to phrase it, are you comfortable with where you're, with what you feel the county's spending on recreation versus not? Because when we get into the development of some of these sites, whether it's a ball diamond, a playground, the costs on some of these things, like it's, you know, you're not talking tens of thousands to develop a playground, or sorry, a ball diamond. You're actually talking hundreds of thousands to develop a ball diamond. And so there are, as you get into some of those things, we can't provide all of that detail to necessarily inform that decision. So there is a broad sentiment that I think the survey looks for, and not wanting to risk getting too granular with some of the items, right? Or as they go through in terms of when people are first filling it out.
Mr. Gannon.
Thank you through the chair. I just want to add that the purpose of this report is to provide findings
to create opportunity or understanding. It's not to propose a project at this point or to say we're going to build this because a proponent says they're willing to spend money on it at this time. It's a planning tool for us to advise that we've looked at the community's needs, what they're using, what they would like that we currently don't have, and potentially create a master plan to understand where are we going to go from here, where our investment strategies are for that, and really obtain further knowledge to that direction and understanding from council. So this is a tool, and the stats can be used in multiple ways, including understanding who's using our facilities, what facilities are we using when we look at agreements. It's going to really pull more and more information and data sets to be used in economic development, in our planning aspects, in our future parks and rec opportunities. So this really gives us a roadmap to what potentially is that next step, and look at investment strategies or opportunities and make sure that we're on the same page with council. So when we put a level of effort out there, we're putting it strategically and not just doing a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here, and all of a sudden the plan does not coincide with a future direction or opportunity. So I just want to understand some of these terms are real general in nature. They're intended to be general in nature, and unfortunately the IEP 2 standard really talks about there will be people that won't like questions. There will people that will struggle with answering some of the questions. But it's made to look at stats as a generalist point of view at this point versus really get into that granular aspect of nuts and bolts of budgeting.
Okay. Any other questions from council or comments? All right, well then what I'm going to say is thank you for being here today and bringing your presentation. It's very much appreciated. I guess I'll look forward to seeing what happens in terms of the public engagements and the information that we'll look forward to having come back. And so, thank you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Perfect. Likewise, thank you so much to council for having us and allowing us to present. And of course, if anything, we'll be back to share more findings and more information. And if any questions come up in the interim on anything, please through Fallon, you can just let us know. We are always our emails and our phones are always open, so we're more than happy to answer anything that might come up. Thank you again for having us.
Yes, thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Yeah, bookmarks is Debbie's question. We'll be here for a while.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, thanks again. Very much appreciate you bringing us the update. Thank you. All right. I'm assuming. Okay, so moving on in our agenda then, we will be at 7.1, I believe it is. Just make sure I'm correct. 7.1, which is policy 3-1, council compensation and expense reimbursement. So, welcome, Ms. Khalid. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. And I think we have a few minutes left to still say good morning, council. Almost there, huh? So I'm here today to present the draft policy 3-1, the council compensation and expense reimbursement. So on August 26th, 2025, council directed administration to update specific compensation amounts within that policy, following a presentation to council of a compensation analysis. This analysis compared Kneehill County's current compensation structure and amounts with that of 9 other municipalities. The same comparator municipalities used in the staff compensation review were referenced to maintain alignment in the benchmarking process. This direction stemmed from previous discussions around the current review of council compensation, which is required ahead of the 2025 to 2029 council term. Rather than establishing an external council compensation committee, council opted to conduct the review internally to ensure consistency with the approach used in the previous review cycle. Council also identified key components of the policy for administration to review. Specifically, that would be the monthly salary, meeting per diem amounts, meal allowances, mileage, communication allowances, and divisional meeting allowances. Administration is presenting the revised proposed policy 3-1 for council's discussion and consideration. Much of the policy's components have remained the same. If council wishes, I can go over all of the components of the policy, or we can focus on the aspects that have changed. So I'm looking to see how council would want to proceed with that.
Do you want to walk through the policy, or you want to deal with the changes? Sounds like the desire is to deal with the things that are changing, so if you don't mind, please.
Okay, with the changes that we will be focusing on, before we get into the numbers, I did want to note a proposed change for wording. This would be on page 84 of the package, number 18, to it's the REIV allowance for attending ad hoc meetings. The last part of that sentence states the REIV is authorized to attend and receive a per diem for his attendance. Administration is proposing to change that wording to his/her attendance. So we can take that into consideration as we're moving forward. As for the aspects that have changed, the monthly salary was discussed to be changed for the REIV from $3,122 to $3,450. The deputy REIV amount would change from $2,667 to $3,000, and the councillor amount would change from $2,334 to $2,700. The current salary amounts are the corrected amounts that were presented in the August 26th, 2025 council meeting. As mentioned in the policy, the monthly rate will be revised every year as needed based on market adjustments. Another aspect that was also changed was the meeting per diems in terms of the administration corrected amounts. So the current policy now shows that it's $180 for half day and for full day $361, which is now going to be reflected in the proposed policy. And similar to the previous aspect, the current policy per diem amounts will also be revised every year as needed based on the market adjustments. And the last aspect that would be changed is the meal allowance. This would be to be in line with policy 3-3, council appointees reimbursement. So breakfast will change from $15 to $20. Lunch will be the same, $15 to $20, and dinner will change from $25 to $30. So the total amount that will be changed will be $55 per day to $70 per day. The meal compensation model, which would be the receipt-based or the established meal allowance amount, will remain unchanged. And with that, I will conclude the presentation. Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Khalid. Questions from council, comment, discussion? Very quiet group. McGee.
I am feeling uncomfortable with the rate of increase to our monthly salary. It's just for feedback. I know we've gone around the table lots with it, and this is where we landed, but I just feel that's still a bit on the high side. I'd rather see that our increases are, like I'm thinking like 25.5 for the counselor.
Deputy Reeve, do you want to be more clear in terms of the numbers that you're considering or suggesting?
So yeah, sorry, I just worked out the number for counselor amount would be 2,500. And then accordingly, I didn't work out from there, I'm sorry, but.
So if you do the math, it would be 2,500, 2,800, and 3,250.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment?
Go ahead, Councillor Penner, please.
So I'm going to disagree with Deputy Reeve McGee. And the reason is, I know I am stepping down, but I want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to sit in this chair, because it does take a lot of your time. And so you've got to be able to encourage or get those people that are teetering on whether to become a councillor or not because of today's cost of living. So I like what I see in front of you, and I thank you for presenting over the last numerous meetings to us, but that's just my feeling.
Thank you, Councillor Penner. Councillor Whitstock.
As far as the remuneration goes, I think the reason that we've gone up as much as we have is because we were never taxed prior to the federal government taking on that taxation part for municipal councillors' pay. So what we used to get previously is probably more than what we're getting now when you consider it's going to be taxed. And is that a reason to increase? And we're looking at not our wages, we're looking at the next council's wages. I mean, if they're going to come in, they're going to get taxed on their monthly salaries. I mean, it's great to look at these numbers and say, well, that's too much. But it's, when you get your check, you're going to say, well, where's the numbers that I was told?
Good point.
So, I mean, if it wasn't the taxation part, if the feds hadn't changed the taxation part, I think we'd have been all right. But they did change it.
They did.
So that's my comment to this. And as far as the per diem goes, I know you're not going to get rich sitting here, but you do spend a lot of time sitting here.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Councillor Whitstock. Councillor Christie, please.
I guess my comment's similar to Faye's, where I thought it was high, and then I remembered that this is spread over 4 years. So then all of a sudden it doesn't look so high. So that's the part that I looked at. So I'm comfortable with where we're at.
Okay, any other comments, discussion? Councillor Cunningham, please.
Sorry, and I know we talked about this last time, but if you guys could just remind me, I know the councillor that sat in my chair last time was pretty advocated for lower wages for council, and I believe it's another council member that actually brought it forward. So the previous council took a wage reduction. Can you just remind me at that time how much of a wage reduction that council took? Because that, I mean, that's quite unheard of, right? In business or in any other industry, taking a reduction does not happen that often. So I'm just curious, like, do these current rates reflect close to what the previous council was making before it was reduced? Does anybody know? And we discussed it, and sorry, I don't have it with me either, so, yeah.
Deputy Reeve McGee?
I don't have an answer for how much of a rejection we took. It was significant. I do remember that. And I remember that the reason why we came to these numbers is we did compare it to our 50 percentile thing and decided to use that as the benchmark as opposed to history, right? Because that's what we've decided is the benchmark before. So I think when we look at that number, my suggestion's too low, but that's, I think that's where we came with this number, is from that criteria instead.
Mr. Hogan, yes, please.
Through you, Mr. Reeve, if that's information that council wants, we'll go back and find the motion. That won't take us very long. But if you feel that's valuable, which I think I'm hearing that it is, we can look that up quickly.
So I know the rationale for why we made the change we did, because I put that rationale forward. And at the time, we were asking our staff to not take a cost of living increase. And so we felt as council that it behooved us to set the example. Yeah. And it was really unfair of us to move forward or increase salary when we're asking our own people not to. And so we made the choice to take that reduction to set the example for the organization as a whole. And I think that's a very appropriate action on our behalf. So, and to be honest, I don't remember the exact percentage reduction that we took, but it was to give, to demonstrate the council is responsible to provide leadership. So, and the numbers that we're talking here, as you've pointed out, Deputy Reeve McGee, are below the 50 percentile, which is the target for our own individuals, our own people. So we're still, maybe in some ways, leading by example. Okay, the only other comment perhaps I want to make is I did have some conversation around what might be considered appropriate or whether a counselor is worth what they're being paid or not. And what I would say is I really feel that the group of individuals that sit at this table do provide a service to our community, and yes, we are compensated for that, but I don't believe we're overcompensated. And the time and the commitment that's put forward by this group is something that is appreciated, certainly by me, sitting in the chair that I am. When I look around the room and look at the people who are serving with me, I very much appreciate the efforts that you're making. And I think that the majority of the residents who live in Kneehill County do the same. And so we want to attract people who want to be here, and not because of the money, but we don't want the money to be an impediment to their being at this table. And so I really feel fair compensation for the time spent is reasonable. Whether that's me sitting here or that's somebody else sitting here, that's regardless. The point is that whoever sits here should be fairly compensated. So. Councillor Forbes.
And I'll just bring that to one of the things, like I sit on Kneehill Housing, and that board goes through changes, and those changes, the previous boards that may have sat there are not dealing with what this current board is doing. And so the amount of work and time, not just myself, but the whole entire board has put in to making that organization successful has cost an awful lot of my family time, because I'm doing it outside of the scope of my normal day-to-day stuff.
Councillor Petter.
So I guess my question is, do we just want to table it till after lunch to get that information, or is council prepared to make a motion? You want to table it? Is that what you want?
Did lunch arrive?
I think so.
Okay. Well, we could recess for lunch, and then rather than table it, we could just recess for lunch and then come back to it after lunch. That would be appropriate, Mr. Hogan?
Through the chair, I think that would be recommended.
Okay. All right, so, since lunch has arrived, I'm gonna say we're in recess. We do have a delegation at 1, so what do you need, 45 minutes? Okay, so Okay, it is 12:58, and I know it's ahead of when I said we would start, but our honored guest is here, and so we don't want to delay you any longer than we have to, so I'll call our meeting back to order. And the next item on our agenda is, of course, to visit with our MLA, Tara Sawyer. Welcome, Tara, and we're glad you're able to join us here today. And just so you know, we are streaming live, and when you're speaking, if you would please use the microphone. And I don't know if you know everybody, so perhaps what we'll do is we'll introduce, I know you know a few of us, but that way you have a better idea who you're talking to, and there's a few hangers on in the room too that maybe you don't know as well. So I'm sure you know Laura Lee, but Laura Lee, if you would please, Councillor Cunningham.
So Laura Lee Michelle Cunningham, so I'm Division 5, so I'm an area to the east, west, north, and south of Three Hills. Thank you for coming, really appreciate it.
Afternoon, Tara. I think you know who I am.
I've never seen you in my life, Jerry.
Thanks for coming in, Tara. You know who I am.
So Tara, I'm Ken, of course you know that. And was that wishful thinking about Jerry, having never seen him in her? Anyway, welcome here. Thank you.
Great to see you again, Tara. And I'm Division 1, so we wrap down to the Drumheller area, close to Horseshoe Canyon, into the Rosebud Creek, or river, I should say, Rosebud River. And yeah.
Hello, Carrie Phobes, Division 4, so southwest corner of this county.
Wade Christie, from Division 6 North. I grow barley. Do you know that stuff? I appreciate very much what you did there, so thank you.
Afternoon, Mike Hogan, Chief Administrative Officer.
Good afternoon, Tara. Carolyn Vanderkool, Legislative Services Manager.
Good afternoon, Kevin Gannon, Director of Community Services.
Hi, I'm Mike Seary, Director of Infrastructure.
Teresa Cochran, Director of Corporate Services.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for having me. Yes, I know some of you, and I am looking forward to getting to know the rest of you a little bit better, so I appreciate you giving me a little bit of your time. Obviously new, so just trying to get to all the counties in my riding and get that first touch point. As I've been saying, even though there is a municipal election, I still think it's important. I wasn't waiting until after that. The people, this thing, I'm used to having to keep my finger on it for the Alberta Next panel, so I kept my finger on it. Then I realized I was turning myself off. Apologies. Yeah, you know, it's really important to hear from you guys. This first touch point is really just a matter of, you know, whether we get into, I'm not expecting to get anything super deep, but just to connect with you and hear a little bit about what's going on. Not that I don't know this county, considering it is the county I farm in, but it's at a different level when you're speaking to you guys. So I know not all of it will be right now, but yeah, I appreciate the time that you're all giving me and the people here. So thanks.
Well, and I guess from our point of view, we're very appreciative of the fact that you wanted to come and meet with us and to engage and to get to know us a little better, as well as some of the issues that are here and important to us. So that's appreciated very much. Thank you. So I don't know how we want to jump in or where we want to start, but I think you probably have heard in other counties in this area similar things around issues that are of concern to them. And certainly, I think we wanted to make sure that we emphasize the point around some of the discussion and decision-making that's going on around oil and gas, particularly the assessment model review and mature asset strategy, and how those impact us specifically as a rural municipality, and the importance of those industries to us from a revenue point of view. And I guess our point of view is that issues that are existing in the oil and gas industry are not necessarily solved through artificial adjustments in either taxation or assessment, and that there has to be some long-term solutions. And so for us to be able to participate in the way that we're requested by the province to work with our immediate neighbors on things like ICFs and those kind of things where there's funding agreements that cross our boundaries, the revenues that are generated through our partnerships with those industries are very, very important to us. And so I guess, I'm sure you've heard it, so we very much would appreciate it being represented and understood from the point of view of where we live every day. And since you live in Kneehill County, the direct impacts on you from a taxation point of view will be felt as those revenues are reduced through whatever initiatives the province takes. And so I think that's that's where we might want to just start with. And I think I was asked by several of my councillors to, you know, make sure that we got that one on the table first. But I know there are some other little issues that perhaps somebody else would like to enunciate, whether it's you, Deputy Reeve, or, but we have things that are important to us. And I know the province has things that's very important to them. And as they reduce the amount of funds that they transfer to us, or as they increase the ask for us on things like policing and other initiatives like that, those revenues have to come from somewhere. And so a balanced approach is kind of what we're requesting and asking for. And then a consultative approach where we feel that our voices are more well heard and perhaps respected more at that table than we currently feel. So, and I know you're all brand new to all of this.
Just a little. Sorry, I am taking notes. I'm not texting people. I realize my rush to get in here at time, I left my notebook in my car, so I'm taking my notes on my phone.
Okay. So, I don't know. I guess I don't want to be the only one speaking to you. I think it's important that you get a feel for our whole council, not just me trying to represent their voices. The only other one that maybe I'll put on the table before I turn it loose to everybody else is just the whole, and you and I have had this conversation previously where we chatted a little bit about the Badlands Motorsports Initiative and our application on the STIP grant side of things for funding there. And my encouragement to you at the time was to be supportive of our application if and when it came through. And so I guess I'll put that out there. Badlands might be not that popular everywhere, but certainly from a Kneehill County point of view and revenue and economic development, which the province seems to feel is really important, we feel the same way. And so when we look at the area of Drumheller and Horseshoe Canyon and are thinking about what we might do as far as tourism and economic development in that area, Badlands Motorsports is not necessarily key to what might happen there, but it is a big piece of what might happen there. And so just an encouragement to think about the people here at home and how that might impact us going forward. So, and I know it's not the most popular development everywhere within your riding, but it's certainly very important at this table and for this municipality. So.
Yeah, I might have heard a little bit about that one. A lot.
Well, if you've ever been near Rosebud, I'm sure you've heard about it. But
yeah, no, I've been down there.
Yeah.
A couple of times. So. Like I said, we're early days, so it's just nice to hear a few of the high points, and we'll delve into them deeper later. But yeah, I appreciate that.
So I'll
And you're
open it.
definitely not the first to talk about funding, obviously.
Yeah.
I mean,
I do want to give
and
you an
how it relates to
opportunity
taxation.
to talk to us about your own goals, but I wanted to give council here a chance to kind of just give you some of the highlights from our point of view, and then
Yep.
I really would like to hear kind of your thoughts in terms of how you want to represent the riding as a whole and what your goals for yourself as our new MLA might be. So, but I know Deputy Reed McGee, you wanted to, so I'll give you the floor.
Thank you. There are so many things I'd love to share with you, but of course I'll have to pick a priority or you'll have to be here all day. But for what's really close to my heart is the FCSS program in our area. I really think it'd be worth your while to have a visit before our director retires at the end of September.
End of September.
End of September. The wealth of knowledge and experience that Shelley Jackson has is immense as far as the provincial criteria, what's out there in the province. She's seen how FCS has grown over the years, and the unique way that she has managed that component in our area is quite unique and very, very successful. I feel very passionate about that because I really struggle when our government is very strong about wanting to increase our economic future, and we are seeing more and more money being spent on crisis problems with our humanity, whether it be drug use, homelessness, the way our hospitals are overused, those types of things. Those are all results of foundational things not being cared for. And I think we'd save a pile of money if we remembered these great assets we have right in our communities, such as the FCSS program and what they've done. So, for example, they have a great report. They have said that they through their surveys, they found 4,280 people have benefited from the programs they provided in our office alone. When you think that our population base is just over 10,000, that's a remarkable stat with very little money put into it. And I think the outcome of the long term of that is really worth researching and being well educated on. I think that's the way going forward, to see that we have kids ready to go into the trades who want to live here, and to reduce the costs we're paying on these huge crises, because I don't think it's a coincidence that when the province has limited the amount of money to education, social programming, those types of things for our children and youth, that these crises in incremental time directly from that has increased and increased. That's not a coincidence in my value system. I think that's directly correlated, and I just encourage you to be educated on how we can keep that community component, because they're about community, being the people who make our people great. And that's my priority today.
I think you can tell she has some investment there. And so I
like the
appreciate
passion.
Yeah, I appreciate that, yeah. Anyone else? I know, go ahead, Councillor Whitstock.
It's all right if I call you Tara?
I think it's okay.
It's okay? Okay, Tara. I've been here a while. I've seen the booms that we've had in this county and in this province. And I'm not saying we're in a bust situation, but we are headed downhill big time because of downloading from the provincial side. I mean, it started a while ago. I know I was at a meeting on the 2nd of July, 2019, when we met with 15 other shallow gas well municipalities. And that day we lost $1.8 or $1.9 million because of the change in the assessment on shallow gas wells. Like, I'm not saying that it was wrong, but to do it in one day without a heads up, that I see that as being complete downloading. there's been a number of things, like the policing, that have been downloaded upon us. And whether that's right or wrong, I'm not here to argue whether it's right or wrong. But from what I gather, one of the issues there is more boots on the ground. And the last time we had the RCMP in here, because we have 5 different jurisdictions of RCMP that actually provide service to Kneehill County, not one of them got an extra boot on the ground. But we got to pay $489,000 for policing. So that's another thing that I see is downloading, and now we've got the assessment model review. I think that's supposed to close up in 28. Am I correct on that, Mike? Someplace in there? And we've got the mature assets strategy coming forward. MSI turned into LGFF, which was also a bit of a download, or not a download, a shortage of funding. I mean, I know everybody needs money, and I know everybody's clamoring for money, but when you keep losing funding, someplace along the line, you have to figure out a way to increase your revenue. What we've done over the last few years is, yes, we've increased the farmland tax, we've increased the residential tax, but when we look at the kind of money that we lose every time there's some sort of a adjustment at the provincial level, it takes a lot of extra money from our residents to make up the difference. Like, I believe we basically collect 17 million from linear, 16 or 17. But we collect 2 million from farmland tax and 2 million from residential tax within the county. So yeah, it is out of balance. But if we lose 2 million on the linear side, that doubles the taxes on residential or farmland to make up the difference. And so we have to come up with different ways of trying to either not get stung that way or to get revenue from some other way. So it's really difficult to sit in this seat and raise taxes on farmland and residential for a person like you that lives in actually my division in the county. And I think you've probably seen what's been going on with the taxes there. I don't think they're exorbitant because we do provide services, and you know, it's going to get to the point where services are going to have to be cut or there's going to have to be something else done. And I don't know. It's just making it more and more difficult every time there's a change at the provincial government. And I'm not blaming you or the provincial government that's there right now. I'm just saying, like, the trend has been happening for a long time, and it doesn't seem to be changing. So I think anytime we can get some revenue from industry, or it's hard to get revenue from tourism if you don't actually sell anything, but on the residential side, it would be nice to have something, or industrial side, something that we can actually make up some of the revenue losses that we've had. And I'm sorry, I don't want to sit here and complain. Well, I guess I am sitting here and complaining. But when we're doing the ICFs, which is, you know, yes, the recreation, there's a lot of recreation that goes on in the towns and villages. We support that because our residents do use that, whether it be the swimming pool, curling rink, whatever, skating rinks, our residents do use it. And we try to support it through the ICF negotiations. But as we lose revenue on our side, we're not going to have revenue to share with the towns and villages within our municipality to help support their recreation stuff. And we do a lot on fire. We do a lot on different things. Like we partner on a lot of stuff just because it's got to be efficient. But the efficiency side also comes with a cost. And if you're losing funds, it makes it more difficult, not just for the county, but for the towns and villages that are within the county. And I know you probably understand all this stuff, and there is a different perspective at the provincial level than there is at the municipal level. But I'm not saying we're dying, but we keep going this way, it's not gonna be pretty. So, I guess that's my 2 bits.
No passion there either.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, well, yeah, I know what you're saying there, so. It is, the one thing I will say with respect to the policing, and it's a little off, but it does directly tie into one of the questions the Alberta Next panel is having, right? And I think that's one of the main things, conversation pieces around that has started being put out, is understanding what we're paying for RCMP, but we're not getting the full roster across the province. That's why that's one of those discussions, just as a side piece, right? Or where that funding could be going if we went to a different model, if we did.
Well,
Yeah.
don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about the policing. I think the police are doing a fantastic job with the resources they have.
The problem is they don't have enough resources. We're very well aware of that. That's a problem.
Yeah, but they are doing well with what they've got. And to be quite honest, when they've actually put together some of these, whatever you want to call them, where they actually talk to one another, that worked out fantastic. Because a detachment knew who the problem was, but that problem traveled around the whole county. As soon as they shared that information, it worked. So
Yeah,
collaboration, I guess, between the RCMPs did make a heck of a difference. But as far as the response time to your house, probably hasn't changed after the
No, it's not.
489,000.
It's non-existent. They won't come out. They just say, by the time they get, there's no point. And that's a problem. And it's not a reflection of the officers. It's never a reflection of the officers. Anyways, yeah.
Sorry for butting in.
No, I mean, don't apologize. The point of me being here is to have a frank conversation of what you're seeing, and obviously you're not getting any answers from me today, and you're well aware of that. But it's that awareness piece first. It's the first of many conversations, right? Yeah. So yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor Cunningham, please.
They're always nervous when they get me talking provincial or federal politics or issues.
We're staying provincial today.
Well, no, for sure, but in saying that, I want to just acknowledge that I understand the downloading from the province to the municipalities. You folks as a province are also facing downloading from the federal government, so there's an effect across the board. So even though we are talking provincial, federal is always going to enter into it as well. But anyhow, a couple quick things. It was really awesome this summer that yourself and Minister Williams, who's the Minister of Municipal Affairs, stopped in to have a visit with us. One thing that what I'm hearing from some colleagues across the province is Bill 50, which received royal assent in May of this year, which is changing a lot of the way that municipalities do their business, and especially code of conduct. Like, my understanding is our code of conduct that's currently on the wall is actually redundant now. So a little bit of interest from me as to where the province is going to go with that. We're kind of sitting in a little bit of never land, it appears. I did hear that there was maybe going to be an integrity minister that would be hired to kind of deal with some of those code of conduct issues, but it kind of feels like the code of conduct's been taken away and there hasn't been anything been replaced yet, to my understanding. So I really hope, and I think we mentioned it to Minister Williams that day, is all of us with rural municipalities will be in Edmonton in November, those of us that are sitting around the table. I really hope there's some clarity around that. We are currently working on a governance model at Kneehill County, and I have a little bit of frustration with it because it's hard to tailor that if the province is going to come and change some of the ways we do our business. So yeah, just really hoping that sooner rather than later there's some clarity around that bill that was passed in May. We've had some really great conversations. I think Minister Neudorf hides when I get up at RMA, but we've had some excellent conversations about the AUC and municipal involvement within the AUC. I think we've made huge inroads in the past 4 years, And I really do appreciate the work that he's done. Not to speak for the rest of council, but what we were really looking for was to have a seat at that table. And have our concerns around municipalities listened to. And I kind of liken it to my husband, not just listen, but hear what I'm saying. So we're hoping. And I know I pulled up 2 letters that we've received from Minister Neudorf in the last 2 years. When he spoke at RMA, he said there was directives that they have given the AUC, but unfortunately the AUC is, at that time, could have changed, was not following through. So I believe there was a legislative piece that was going to come forward. I'm not really sure where that's sitting. So I would really love an update from Minister Neudorf and his ministry as to where that's all sitting. So that's an economic withholding. We talked about it this morning, and yeah, it's still an issue. I think that I see Minister Neudorf put out some little press releases every once in a while. So lots of work to be done there, but we'd just really like some clarity on where that all sits. I know the AUC was changing Rule 007, and just would like to know where a lot of that stands. So. And one more quickly for me, we're doing a lot of conversations about a potential building pavilion site at Horseshoe Canyon. And I would really love the province to come out. I'd like to extend an invitation and have the province come out and tour. We're being told there's a lot of interest in tourism in the province of Alberta. So would love the province to come out and have a tour of Horseshoe Canyon and the area, and any money that they would like to give to Kneehill County for development there would be welcomed. That's it for me. That was quick, right?
Yeah.
Sure, Councillor Penner.
Give her a minute to get a note, so it's fine. It's all good. Mine's just going to be short. And as you're well aware, Tara, we are a rural municipality, so any framework, formulas or whatever that are out there for funding to all kinds of things. What works in the city, what works along the number 2, west of the number 2, does not work out here in the east. And you are going to be our front line, as to say, or our voice in Edmonton to really drive that home hard. Like what works, like I said, to the west of us and in the cities does not work out here for the most part.
Sure, Councillor Christie.
I appreciate everything everybody said about Horseshoe Canyon and Badland Motorsports, partly with Drumheller. Instead of an attraction, we need to make it a destination to help move tourism out of the foothills and mountains out to rural Alberta. The other thing that I'm watching very closely with Community Futures is with de Havilland going into Strathmore. They keep telling us about up to 200 spin-off industries. We need to figure out how to be part of that as a county. So we need your ear to the ground to give us some guidance to what we can do to move some of that north. And I appreciate we're not Highway 2. Sometimes that's a good thing.
Sure, Councillor Foulkes.
Excellent. All really great points, everyone. What role do you see municipal government shaping provincial policies with issues like land use, recreation, economic diversification?
You're going to have to speak clear because you kind of said it fast and quiet and mumbly. Sorry, so.
That's all good. What role do you see municipal government shaping provincial policies with issues like land use, recreation, and economic diversification? Well, those were my questions from people, because they knew she was coming.
Yeah, well,
I don't expect an answer, but just the thought that this is what's been, just a thought that this is what's been portrayed to me by the people that knew you were coming today that I represent.
yeah, I think it would be better to have that conversation with them with a better context of where they're coming from that when you talk about land use and what their actual specific concern is, to give a proper answer, to be frank.
Sure, and one of the concerns would be around the AUC and how the downloading happens and we don't have a choice because it's considered public interest.
Right. Yeah. And some of that, some of that is just going to be better answered. I'm not going to be able to answer it for you today.
That's fine.
And some of that also relates to the minister who it applies to more, right? And they're looking for my stance, but again, those kind of, that level of question is more of to have with them to get a better context, and I can give a better answer. That's not going to get it here today at a council meeting, because that's not really, that's not really the point of today's, is today was more of me wanting to talk to the councillors with what's going on in the county, not so much that, yeah. Yeah.
So, I guess, you know, Tara, and I totally get where you're coming from, and what you're hearing is there are issues from our point of view around land use management and municipal input on the decisions that are being made at a much higher level than what we have, and concerns around things that are happening at AER, AUC, and beyond.
And I will say, if I could just interject, although I know what some of these are, I need everyone to stop using acronyms all the time, because I'm still learning, so you're all, and so you might use it all the time. The acronyms I'm used to are in the ag field, so you guys are throwing this out, and I should have said that at the start. I mean, I actually know what some of them are, but you're only talking in acronyms, because that's what you're used to doing, but just, it's always best practice, start with saying the full title before you use the acronym, then we all know, because there are a gazillion acronyms out there as well.
Okay.
And so I know when we're using, which ones we're using. That's just,
Stand corrected, thank you.
just as a,
So when I say ABC, does that mean Alberta Barley Commission, or is that what my granddaughter's learning?
well, yeah, well, it's not, they aren't ABC anymore, so I'm no longer confused on that one, but often there's an acronym for 3 different things have the same acronym, right? So,
So the ones we're particularly interested in and affected by would be the Alberta Utilities Commission and Alberta Energy Regulator, and the impacts that they have on our everyday life.
Yep.
I think we're pretty, for the most part, pretty satisfied with some of the other organizations and what they're doing, but those 2 in particular, and what appears from our point of view to be unrestrained ability to impact what happens within our municipality, and what seems to be at times, to us anyway, their ability to ignore government directive. And,
yeah, I've heard that.
Because they're quasi-judicial, they seem to have a certain amount of flexibility that nobody else has, in spite of what the provincial government or others might request or ask of them. And so it is a big concern to us. So, I mean, we've put a lot on your plate. We've talked about, you know, in Kneehill County, we need economic development. We need the provincial government's help to expand what's happening within here, but we need that help from 2 points of view. One is on the taxation side and the revenue side, which is affected by assessment model review and the mature asset strategy for sure. But also, we need their help from the point of view of, as was enunciated by Councillor Christie, helping us formulate a plan and perhaps have grant money in place to move those plans forward. And so when Alberta Tourism or some government department comes and says, we have a plan and you're part of our plan, we say we'd love to be part of the plan, but we also would love to have some money to make that happen, right? And so you see what I'm saying, right? So we've talked about those things. Certainly we're interested in what's happening in the Horseshoe Canyon Badlands Motorsports area, but also throughout our county. We want to see that economic development take place. Faye talked about the human resource side of things and the impacts that our FCSS program has. We have a very unique partnership here between Golden Hills and the 6 municipalities that make up our FCSS program here. And it is uniquely focused here, and so just want you to be aware of that. Certainly the impacts on government mandated agreements like ICFs and how that impacts our bottom line. We needed you to be aware of that. And then we're always concerned about how we operate together as a council. And one of the tools that we saw as being quite useful was, of course, our code of conduct. The expectation on how we would interact and how we would behave towards not only each other, but also administration and the staff that work for us every day. So,
oh, for sure.
And so I think that covers pretty much the things that we had on the table. What I'd really like to hear is kind of what your thoughts are. Like, where would you like to see things? Kind of what your plans are for, as our representative for this area, what would you like to, what are your goals?
Well, I mean, at this point, my goal in general, first of all, and it is going to be for this next little while, is immersing myself in the constituency, meeting with everyone to find out actually what their full-on concerns. Because my focus is to be able to represent the full constituency up in Edmonton. Obviously, I feel very passionate about and understanding the differences that a rural community has is not the same as urban. So that is my objective. I mean, it's how I see things anyways. So to be able to bring that conversation up with caucus and my colleagues when it comes up. Obviously, as a new MLA, I'm in a learning curve mode for a little while. So quite frankly, this next year, I'm on a 1 year goal with that in this first year of really getting a clear understanding. And so that's why as I've been meeting, since I got in, I've been meeting with people as quite regularly, like the calendar gets more and more full each week as more and more people, because I keep giving the same ask to whether I'm meeting with a village council or starting to meet with county, and I'll be meeting with school board as well, I can't attend if you don't call a meeting. Like I'm looking for that reach out to my office to connect me with all of the organizations, or, to start having those meetings. And I'm trying to cram them in before we sit at the end of October as a starting point. Yeah. And then I'll be able to make, better goals of what I can do to help and where I can help, right? So that's my short answer of where I am, because of course, it's a very large riding, and depending where I am, they all have very, very different needs. So it's assessing those needs, learning about them, so that I can then better figure out. Because the reality is there are limited resources. Of course, everyone's not going to get the funding they need when they need it. And I'm starting to get to know my colleagues. I'm still in that phase as well. Our first caucus retreat is in a week. There's some I have not yet had a chance to meet. So figuring out what they're doing with their files, right? That's okay. Everyone is new at some point. So am I drinking from a fire hose? Happily, but at the end of the day, my goal is what can I do to make for our area to be stronger and to be heard, and try, because we've got an aging population. So I know the constraints we have when it comes to our senior housing issues, right? But yeah, there's a lot on the plate, and there's a lot of issues with infrastructure. I'm certainly learning a lot of that. Everyone between aging, infrastructure, trying to, and I'm learning about, concerns have been expressed on sometimes the difficulty on the grant process, and so where I can potentially help navigate some of that with everybody. But right now, it truly is getting to meet people and getting to start having those discussions so they know who I am, and figuring out, because there's just a lot of people, there's also the reality of the resource that I can be versus, sometimes the ask is out of my purview. It's different coming to meet with a county council, because you understand where I can and where I cannot, help with issues, but yeah.
Well, I think at one point in time, all of us were brand new sitting at this table, and we thought, wow, there's a lot to learn. So the magnitude of what you have to deal with is much greater than what we had to deal with at that time. So I appreciate just the fact that you say, I'm trying to get to know people, I'm trying to get to know the issues within my constituency, and that you're making that your priority. To me, that I respect that, and I certainly am happy to hear you say that. So
yeah, well, the communication piece is really important to me. What I've been saying to everyone is I'm more interested with connecting. It's not so much, that invite is not because I'm wanting, it's not, I'm not interested necessarily, it's not the photo op. I want to go deeper than a photo op.
Yeah.
You know, I have a few things in the work to communicate better, because one thing I heard on the doors, a lot of people felt like they didn't know what was being done, if anything. So you can look forward to a newsletter that I'm going to be creating so that people will know what I'm up to and where I've been, which will also be helpful for the areas that maybe if they see that I haven't been in there, that might be that flag of, did you send me that invite for me to know? I'm not going to be able to go to everything. But I've actually already, I've hit most of the towns actually in the short time I've been in one event or another, which is not too bad, I thought, given it's summer. But yeah, I'm more of a, I appreciate what you say on the code of conduct piece. I am, there's two things I'm pretty passionate about. It's policy, so I guess I'm in the right job, and really strong governance. And as someone who had to build a framework of that for when forming Alberta Grains and creating a code of, like, I understand that piece because it is a building block. So I know you met with the minister and I, and you had already mentioned it to him, and I've taken that note again. Yeah, to follow up with him.
Yeah, please, Councillor Cunningham.
Just because you mentioned communication, and I know for us around the table it's huge too, and I know I had reached out to Tara. I had a ratepayer that asked, now that we've had a change in our MLA, is the office still the same? Is the phone number still the same? So maybe this would be a little opportunity for you to be able to just communicate to our folks how they can get a hold of you.
Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I got my business cards finally this week. Woohoo! It's a bit of a work. I mean, so I did maintain the office in Olds where Nathan Cooper was. So I did keep the office so that the location is the same, and actually I'm very happy to say I was able to maintain the same staff. So for those of you who knew Brenda Barrett, she is my constituency office, and she's my assistant. She's my right hand. So, and Alana is also there on 1 day a week. So the only thing I've done different is I've hired a social media coordinator to help me on that communications piece. So yeah, in terms of how to get, actually this is a great opportunity to say, anybody who is trying to get in touch with me on my personal Facebook, I will not be answering you there.
Good job.
That is my personal Facebook, and I am keeping that separate. I have a business Facebook, but more importantly, that is what reaching out to my office. There is an email, there is a phone number. If you actually want an issue, that's where you go. And I will get back to you. And it might not be in 24 hours. I hate to break it to you, but it won't be, unless it's an emergency. There's a lot of calls and a lot of things, but that is where Brenda handles casework. So it starts with her, actually. So I will put that. Thank you for that PSA. I said that rather firmly, but I feel bad when I see one, but I won't answer it because that is separate. It's also, I won't accept your friend request to my personal, but join my, you can go to my MLA. I've put an MLA Facebook page, which we're still, and I got hacked on Twitter 3 weeks ago, so I have no Twitter. I can't get that back. So have to recreate a new one there.
Well, I'm glad that you are trying to carve out a personal space for yourself, because this can be really important. The sad reality sometimes is when you're in this public role that you've just taken, it's almost impossible to go anywhere without being Tara Sawyer, MLA, and I'm sorry for that, but that's the reality some days. But I'm happy to hear that you are trying to carve out a personal spot for yourself. So
yeah, no, it's not an apology, Ken.
No, I know it's not. It's a good job on your part that you do that. At
the end of the day, I feel very honored to have this job. Quite frankly, it is my dream job. It really is, because I just think it's important and to have the ability to hopefully be a small part in improving this province. I don't take that lightly, but it is important because of that. And in my past role, I was used, even in that past role, people talk to you about, and that's fine. But because it's this is a new level, I've had to have to create that boundary, so.
Absolutely.
It's not that I don't care, there is a way to get a hold of me. There's just there's a proper way. And I'm fine with, I would hope that someone comes up and says hi to me. Maybe I'll regret saying that later, but, you know, to me, it is part of the role is, it's hard to represent the people if you won't connect with them, right?
Okay, Councillor McGee, or Deputy Reeve, sorry.
That's fine, thanks you. I just want to say, I think you're right on track with having those clear boundaries and communicating those, and I appreciate that, because the other point I had written down that I wanted to share with you is I appreciate your willingness to be engaging with us, and I really appreciate that your entire caucus appears to have a very engaging attitude towards working with municipalities. I still am looking for improvement for it to be in the meaningful ways that matter to us as well. But I do see that the intent has grown greatly since I first became a councillor, and I just want to express that I love seeing that and hoping that the intent is to continue to grow that to a more meaningful capacity.
All right, thank you. Councillor Woodstock.
And since we're on YouTube, your constituency office is still the same number, 556-3132?
Yeah, sure. Sorry. Let's look. I don't ever call the number.
Oh, okay. Well, I did, so that's why I know what the number is. Well, that's what the number used to be. So I'm just giving the opportunity for people who may be online watching how to get a hold of you.
I know, because I Googled it yesterday, and it's all there. It's the same, 556-3132. It's still the same, and the website, well, it's not really a website when you look at it, but that there is an email. So I mean, you can call the office. I don't know. And you can email the office, and there is a response there.
No, I just thought while people were watching, if they had the ability to get the number, that way it's out there. And thank you very much for coming in. I do appreciate it. Good luck in your job. And you're right, it's probably even worse than drinking out of a fire hose. But that being said, once you catch on, it gets easier down the road.
Well, for sure. And like I said, it's no different than any other job when you start a new role, and it's not an excuse. It is the reality. And I have no problem if someone doesn't like that. I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to tell you I have an answer, right? It's I will get back to you, which sounds like such a politician thing to say, but it's the reality, and it's no different than any other thing. I mean, I'm a pretty blunt. Anyone knows me. I'm pretty blunt to begin with, so we'll see how that goes. But at the end of the day, I think it's important for everyone to recognize. I mean, my intent is to represent this riding, and you know, I may not be able to give everyone the answer or the result they want, but every voice is going to be. I'm going to listen to everybody, and what I can do, I'm going to do my best to do.
So thank you.
So thank you for your time.
No, we thank you for taking the time to be here and to have this visit with us today. You are in a brand new role, and it's very important, the role that you're filling on our behalf, and so we need to be very appreciative of the fact that you stepped up and are willing to do that. And so let us say thank you for doing that on our behalf, and congratulations on successfully defending the seat, and we certainly will look forward to working together with you going forward. And if there's stuff that you need from us, or there's things that we can provide information that helps you, then it's a two-way street. We don't want to be coming hat in hand to you all the time. We want to also support and encourage what you're doing as our representative. So thank you for taking on the role and stepping up. And even if it's your dream job, I'm certain some days it's going to be a nightmare. And so just be encouraged, I think, is all I want to say, and express our appreciation. So thanks.
No, thanks very much for having me. Acts of service, right?
Yeah.
well, we all get called to something, and I feel called to this one, so,
Good.
yeah. So, and truly, thank you all. I know you don't have an easy job, so thank you for what you're doing on behalf of the county, all of you. And yeah, look forward to many more meetings. We'll have lots to talk about. And they'll get better the further we go.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for spending the time with us today. Very much appreciated. So. You did say you had a relatively full calendar, right?
See you later.
Thanks, Tara. All right. Well, that was good. Now we're going to go back to the regular business of council, and we left off in the middle of a discussion on policy 3-1, which is council compensation and expense reimbursement. And I'm going to welcome you back, Ms. Khalid. And yeah, we had asked for some information related to a change that we made in the past, and I understand that that was researched and you're all primed and ready to tell us about it. So anytime you're ready.
Yes, we have the answers. They're just up on the board or on the screen. The first two are just talking about the current state that we're in, where we're talking about the current amounts as well as the proposed. The question on the table, oh.
Can I bother you to enlarge the screen?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my glasses aren't handling. That's great, thank you. Sorry.
That was maybe a little bit much. There you go.
Oh, we lost some of the numbers now. Oh, go here, she goes. There we go. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Carolyn.
We're still not there quite. But
there we go.
we're getting there. Oh,
Well done.
who
Thanks
said
so
it can't
much.
be done?
All right, so the first two amounts are just going over what's already in the report, talking about the 2025 current amount and the 2025 proposed amount. The question that administration had received was about the cut that we had, that council went through in 2020. That was a 15% base pay cut. Prior to that cut, the amounts for Reeve, Deputy Reeve, and Councillor are in the prior to cut column. After the cut, the amounts were $2,800 for Reeve, for the Deputy Reeve $2,400, and for the Councillor $2,100. If the amounts had stayed the same prior to the cut amounts had stayed and were the ones that were implemented, the current amounts with the adjustment would be the ones on the most right. So for the Reeve, it would be $3,364. The Deputy Reeve would be $2,914, and the Councillor's amount would be $2,578. So that would be with those market adjustments. And if there was no cut, that would be the current 2025 amount for the compensation.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that.
No problem.
Councillor
Sure, if
Penner.
you want to give me a pay raise. I like that. Thank you for that. In seeing that, we're really not far off it when you put it all together there, what we're proposing. But
Okay, further questions, discussion, direction? Councillor Penner.
I would actually make the motion that council move to approve. I'd make sure I'm on the right one here. Policy 3-1, council compensation expense reimbursement as presented, effective November 1st, 2025.
Okay. All right, any further discussion, comment related to the motion that we approve the proposed policy 3-1, council compensation and expense reimbursement as presented, to be effective November 1st of 2025. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I just feel after my comments earlier that I need to say that I will be voting in favor of this motion. I feel that we have had a great discussion, though I'm still a bit uncomfortable with the overall salary. The overall policy is what the majority wants, and I'm quite happy with the conversation going that my position on that one number isn't going to cause me to vote against this motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other discussion, comment, or question? We have the motion to approve as presented. Councillor Cunningham.
So I just want to say thank you for getting those numbers that I requested. That was very helpful for me because I didn't sit on council last time, and just as a ratepayer at that time, I have to say I thought it was very honorable of the council at that time. Like we said, we were going through a very interesting time in the world at that time, and so for council to take that cut, I think was very, like I said, kind of set a tone. So when you compared that, had that stayed where it was, we are still actually under what that payment would be if that amount had stayed. So that's why I really appreciate those numbers. That help make things much clearer for me. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comment or discussion related to the motion to approve the proposed policy effective November 1st? If I don't see any, I'm going to call the question. Okay, all those in favor? The motion is carried unanimous. And again, thank you, Ms. Khalid, for all that work. Very much appreciated. And so I know the research and everything that you did to make that happen, it's very much appreciated on our part. So thank you.
Thank you, Council.
The next item on our agenda would be 7.2, which is policy 3-3. Council appointees reimbursement. And who's taking that one?
That would be me.
Oh. Well, Ms. Vanderkool, then, whenever you are ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I bring to you today policy 3-3, council appointees reimbursement. The purpose of this policy is to establish clear guidelines for the rates of pay, mileage, meal reimbursement, and convention allowance for our appointed members at large. The committee of the whole had a chance to review this policy back in June, as this policy is in our review schedule. At that meeting, council made a recommendation to increase the per diem rate to $320. However, the last couple months, council has been reviewing their own council compensation and actually just approved $361.28 per diem rate for themselves. Administration put the same per diem in the proposed policy. However, council retains the authority to adjust this amount as they see fit. Another change that was made to the policy was an increase to the meal reimbursements by $5 each, making breakfast $20, dinner $20, and supper $30. This is for members who do not have a receipt. If a member does have a receipt, they can get reimbursed for what that receipt is for as long as it is an appropriate expense. We recommend that these changes take effect on November 1st, aligning with Council's compensation policy that was just passed. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for that. Any questions from council regarding policy 3-3? Sure, Councillor Woodstock.
I know it's an oversight, Carolyn. Effective rate in red here is January 1st of 26. Did you want to amend that to November 1st of 25?
Yes, I can change that on the,
Oh, just,
yeah.
okay, good.
It was just an afterthought when we were bringing that one forward, and yeah, it was, sorry, I missed that.
Okay, so basically the two policies now align with each other. Okay, and that was the goal that we had, is that they would be in alignment.
That's correct.
Councillor Woodstock.
Okay, so I would like to make the motion that council approve policy 3-3, council appointees reimbursement review as presented effective November 1st of 2025.
Okay, thank you for that. So we do have a motion to approve the policy 3-3 council appointees reimbursement review as presented, effective November 1st, 2025. Any further discussion, question, or comment related to that? I'm not seeing any, so are you prepared for the question? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. So thank you, Ms. Vanderkool, for that. The next item on our agenda is disposition of delegation and public hearing business. And I guess I'm going to look to you again,
Perfect. Oh, just getting to the.
Ms. Vanderkool.
Perfect. All right. So earlier today, Dr. Schaffer attended as a delegation. He was invited at council's request, as you had asked for a presentation from an expert on Alberta's electrical grid. Dr. Schaffer provided that presentation, which gave council valuable background and context on the grid and related processes. As this was for information purposes only, administration recommends that council receive the Alberta electricity grid presentation from Dr. Schaffer for information.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any discussions to the request that we just received for information? Councillor Cunningham.
I just want to say thank you to administration for inviting Dr. Schaffer. I thought his presentation was excellent, and he was very engaging, and I think it was really important for him to hear our rural perspective out here too. So with that being said, I'll make the motion that council receive for information the Alberta electricity grid presentation from Dr. Blake Schaffer.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. So we do have a motion to receive for information the Alberta electricity grid presentation from Dr. Schaffer. And the only comment I'm going to make is it appears there's no E in his Schaffer on the stuff that he gave us.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Goodness.
Okay, any discussion? If not, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, you had discussion?
Just a positive comment. I really enjoyed the information and appreciate it very much.
Okay,
Agreed.
thank you, Councillor Cunningham, or Councillor Christie.
Both of you, thank you. I'll get you some more tea.
All right, I think it's time for a break. Okay, we got it nailed. Councillor Cunningham made the motion, Councillor Christie made the comment. Thank you. All right, all those in favor? That's carried unanimously. Good thing we're not all perfect here, because I'd be in the wrong room if we were. All right, the next item on our agenda would be 8.2, Regional Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment Delegation by the Ballad Group. And I'm going to say welcome, Ms. Sherlock.
Thank you. So yes, this morning we had the delegation from Ballad Group come to discuss the project. Currently, we have them conducting a regional parks and recreation needs assessment so that we can determine and evaluate the current state and the availability of the recreational resources for Kneehill County residents and the surrounding municipalities. Lots of this, a big proponent of that is the engagement portion, which we're currently in the middle of, as well as the inventory analysis and assessment of the facilities that are available. And as Asid detailed in his presentation, the background research and benchmarking proponents that will come later on in the eventual report writing. So with that, I will bring it to council. Is there any questions or anything from there?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sherlock. Any questions? Councillor Christie.
Just a comment, I appreciate the diligence they're going after information one-on-one to get information, because surveys scare the hell out of me if you don't have feedback. So I appreciate that they're taking time to talk to everybody.
Thank you for that. Councillor Penner.
I think it is also very important that they're not too long, because you'll lose people. They give up, so it cannot be too long.
Yeah, I believe it's under the 10-minute mark to complete. And I did ask Christine at the break over lunch about the website page. That should be launched tomorrow, as well as some of the social media posting. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Deputy McGee.
I'm still sorting out exactly how I want to go about what I have to say, but first off, I think who you have come to us is going to do a very thorough, excellent job, and I'm really excited about this project, and thank you for that. Having said that, though, I find it challenging to be in the role that I'm in when a survey goes out before I know a survey is going out and what's in the survey, because again, like I had said in a different point, we are the liaison to the community, and I just feel inadequate to my residents if we're not informed on those things. So having said that, I'd like to ask administration if maybe we could consider bringing our public participation or communication policy forward to revamp it so that we can address that in a more constructive, proactive way, because I just feel like a piece was missed with how we rolled this out. That makes it difficult for council to do their job well.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Ms. Sherlock.
So in response to that, absolutely. The intention was to have council be the first point of contact, but with the discovery night coming and being that first week, we had to take the opportunity where it was available. And so that was essentially a soft launch for us to get it out there, make some of those connections. But of course, our intention was always to be council first. This was just the earliest we could get onto the agenda. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And for me, having it as part of this package would have been very helpful as well. But yes, through the chair, may I ask Mr. Hogan if I could, how to word a motion to bring back the participation policy?
Well, it's pretty straightforward. I think just council requests administration to bring forward the policy regarding public participation for review. Public participation policy, whatever that's called.
So moved.
Okay. Council. Policies. It's 18-2, public consultation policy. 18-2, public consultation policy. just trying to get it to come up on my computer here. Because it's under two, okay, it's actually called the Public Participation Policy, 18-2. It's got two titles in our website, so. Super. Okay, Deputy Reeve McGee, you made that motion.
Yes, that's good, thank you.
All right. So we have a motion in the midst of this presentation, so let's deal with that. Council requests administration to bring forward for review policy 18-2, the public participation policy. Any discussion, question, or comment? Mr. Hogan.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just as a note to council, that policy is scheduled for review at this time, so it is coming up in its natural rotation.
Okay, well, I guess this just affirms that or reaffirms that. So from your point of view, it's okay to go forward with this motion, or you don't see, do you see it as redundant, or?
Through the chair, I don't see it as redundant. If it's a priority to council, then the motion's appropriate.
Okay.
I was just putting out there on the policy review schedule, though, this one is one of the ones that was coming.
Deputy Reeve McGee.
When, do you have a timeline of when you're expecting to bring that back?
Through the chair, it's not, there's not been a specific meeting slated for this review yet.
Okay, well then I'd like to keep the motion so
So
that it's.
this just sets it as a higher priority.
Right, so I'd like to keep the motion
correct.
for that reason, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Cunningham?
And I think for me personally, this goes hand in hand with the governance model because our conversation about that last time, there was a little piece about the public participation policy. So I see them actually going a little bit hand in hand. I think you almost can't do one without the other, but that's just me.
Well, unfortunately, in municipal government, sometimes we have what seems to be totally either unrelated or related things happening at different or similar times, so. Okay, so we do have a motion in front of us. Is there any further discussion to the motion that we request administration to bring forward for review policy 18-2, the public participation policy? If there is none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimous. All right, we're going back to Regional Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment. The Ballad Group delegation here earlier today. Any further comment or discussion related to that specific item? Councillor Cunningham, please.
So through the chair to the CEO, just because I don't have it just at hand, can you just remind me what was budgeted in the 2025 budget for the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment?
Through the chair, we'd have to confirm that number. I don't have it off the top of my head.
Any other questions or comment? Sure.
I'd make the motion that council receive for information the presentation provided by the Ballad Group.
Okay. Any further discussion? Administration will get us that number. Okay. All those in favor? And that motion is carried unanimous. Thank you. The next item on our agenda, oh, Mr. Hogan, sorry.
Through Mr. Reeve, just looking in the at the second quarter budget variance report there under operating projects, the Parks and Recreation Needs Assessment was budgeted at $110,000 to come from the Parks Reserve. We're projecting that it's going to be about 75.
There we go. Thank you. All right. Delegation on behalf of our local MLA, Tara Sawyer. Ms. Vanderkool.
Yes, that's me again.
Keeping you jumping.
Right?
Yep.
All right, so today we heard from MLA Tara Sawyer. She attended council as a delegation at council's request. Council highlighted local priorities, including Badlands Motorsports, FCSS funding, provincial downloading Bill 50, council code of conduct replacement, municipal involvement with the AUC, provincial invitation to Horseshoe Canyon, and potential tourism funding. MLA Tara Sawyer also shared her goals and priorities in representing the area. As this was for information purposes only, administration recommends that council receive MLA Tara Sawyer's delegation for information.
Thank you for that. Any question or comment, or someone care to make the motion? Councillor Christie.
I make the motion, but I appreciate her ability to absorb a lot of stuff in the first year, and it's overwhelming. And I'm glad at this point after the election, she still thinks it's her dream job. So I really appreciate that. So anyway, I'd make the motion to receive for information the presentation provided by MLA Tara Sawyer.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion to that motion? If not, all those in favor? That motion's carried unanimously. Mr. Gannon, I was remiss in not thanking Ms. Sherlock for being here and making her presentation, so please pass council's thanks on to her for having been here today and helping us wade through the Ballard presentation. So please do that.
I will, thank you.
All right. The next item on our agenda is council and committee reports. So, although you weren't in the room at the time, Councillor Phobes, I did put a placeholder in place in case you wanted to provide us with anything from Kneehill Housing. If you do not, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure that the opportunity was there if you wish to take it.
And I would like to say thank you to the public for being patient while we figured out what was accurate in all of our minutes to make sure that we didn't have anything left on that needed to be addressing. So that is why it was a little tardy in giving you the whole year's worth in one shot. But I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of what was going on within the organization.
Okay, thank you.
And then can I just, it wasn't part because I wasn't in the room. I just want to say thank you on behalf of the Torrington Ag Society. They sent me a text message, really wanted everyone on council to know that they appreciate the amount of money that you're putting into keeping that building and the community alive. So they just wanted to say thank you so much for that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the appreciation from them. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Next item would be 9.2, which is the Division 5 update, which is, of course, you, Councillor Cunningham. So whenever you're ready.
Okay. Sorry, and I know we were a little rushed last time, but I'll still try to buzz through this quickly this time. Just a couple things from last meeting. Sergeant Day, when he was here as our detachment commander in Three Hills, he received the King Charles III Coronation Medal. There was some logistics about getting him and K Division together, so he did receive it while he was in the role here in Three Hills, so I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that he did receive it. Some great pictures out there on social media, so again, congratulations to Sergeant Day. He's the current acting detachment commander at the Olds RCMP, future to be determined, so yeah, so just again, congratulations to him and thanks to him for all the work he did when he was here. I also had a call from Jason Calhoun, who asked me to express his and his family's thanks to Kneehill County for our involvement in their celebration that was held last month. He just felt that it was really important to let us know that they really appreciated Kneehill County being there, being a part of that celebration. So wanted to pass that on. As mentioned earlier, I was at Discovery Night in Three Hills last Wednesday. Reeve King, you might know more eventually with the numbers when Ms. Stewart has them. Every year, it just seems like there's more people. That's not an accurate, but that's just my guess. Very well attended, young to the seniors, all age groups. So again, thanks to FCSS for the work they do on that. Lunch with Friends was there, serving barbecue, and yeah, it was, the museum was there with ice cream, and so yeah, it was just a really, really great night again. So thanks to everybody for that. And just to let you know, we were to have police advisory in August, and just due to a couple of the members being away, it was delayed until September 11th, which is next week. No, this week. It's Thursday, or what day is it? So yeah, if anybody has any questions or comments or wants to pass anything on, I will have that meeting on Thursday night. So awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Cunningham. Any comments or questions? If not, we'll go on to 9.3, which is Community Futures, and that's Councillor Christie.
There you go. I didn't get the executive summary into this council meeting agenda, but it'll be in next week's, or the 2 weeks from now. The highlight is Community Futures, Heart of the Community. Third quarter closed. There was 47 nominations and representing 26 businesses in the northwest corner of the Community Futures area. So that's Bazzano to us north. So we'll make an evaluation the first part of October on who won that quarter, but the nominations are now open for the fourth quarter, which is the southwest corner of Community Futures boundaries. So if there's any questions from the executive report, I gave it all to council now, but it was kind of short notice. But our meeting was last Thursday night, and I've been kind of busy since then.
I have no idea what would have been keeping you busy. That was, wasn't that 9.5, the harvest report?
Haven't heard anything today is good.
Good enough. All right, moving on to 9.4, which is Division 1, and that's you, Deputy Reeve McGee.
Thank you. And it's not really Division 1. I should have just said Deputy Reeve report. I had taken a personal day to go do some tourism activities myself and came across some data I want to share with you. I've passed it on to Carolyn to bring up on our screen. I stopped at the Kirk's Alpaca Farm. They collected data for just this last 3 months. Oh, wow. And what you see on this screen is all the pins on her map of where all her visitors have come from. Wow. She also, she has passion, and it's very exciting. Very excited to be promoting community and what ag is all about. I also had a good visit with her. She asked if I had time as a Deputy Reeve, and so I did. And she just wanted to give accolades to our economic development team. They have been really helpful and in her advancing her business, and she's just really thrilled with where she's come. So I just thought you would like to see this data. It's a great, interesting way. So she's got this poster up in her building and welcomes people to put a pin on it, and it's impressive, very impressive.
So if you don't think people from all over the world come to visit Alberta, you soon find out differently.
And this is rural Alberta.
Yeah, yeah.
Middle of nowhere kind of feeling for some people.
Councillor Penner, comment.
Not to do with this one, sorry, but do you have more to add?
Nope, that's all I had to say.
And apologize, this is just through the Reeve, and you don't have to, except if you're not. It just reminded me when we had the presentation earlier, we were talking about recycled solar panels, and I said last meeting that I would give a quick report. Is it okay if I do it now, or I didn't put my hand up earlier?
Oh,
sorry.
I think we could quite easily
I will,
accept that
addition.
addition.
I'll make it very quick. Things are going along relatively smoothly. We awarded a new contract for the landfill operation services, and that's up on the hill, pushing pushing the garbage down and whatnot else. And I'll say it wrong, but it's Ambipar. They're actually a Brazilian company that's got the contract. And not the cheapest, but some of the stuff that they offered, I was not part of that selection committee. They are putting in grizzly mats. So a grizzly mat is something that lays on the garbage. So you don't need as much, and we've been talking about this for the last 8 years that I've been on solid waste, buying them, and so we don't have to buy them. They're going to do it themselves, and so it saves us buying dirt to lay on top because it's covered up. They lay these grizzly mats on, and so that was very positive on their application, as well as they're going to keep the staff that we already have up there, which is a private contractor, but that's up to them. We have completed, with a few amendments, of the Workplace Violence and Harassment Prevention Plan, and just to let you know, but we're a small commission down there at our workplace, so the staff, if they ever have trouble with their manager, they have to go to the board chair or to the vice chair, just so you know. That's where we've covered some of that stuff. The landfill inspection was done, costing $65,000. And we got to do more on the gas, it was done, and we have to spend $65,000 on more gas monitoring. Now, it's crazy new mandates that keep continually coming up. So anyhow, that's another thing, exactly. But what you have to remember is back in the day, our landfill is built very clay based, and so you didn't have to put a lining in it. And so now, for good practices, we're doing that. So because we're in a valley, not like the county one, it's on flat, they fill up the different valleys, and of course one runs into the next one. So now we're having to do some work. It hasn't been mandated to us, but it's just good practice so that down the road there's not a huge expense that is put on. So we are putting a liner in between the two cells where they run together, so any runoff goes into them and runs down to our collection pond. So just another expense. We are staying within the budget and everything. We also need a berm. There was a berm that was somehow dismantled years ago. The water runs can run off the hill, but it can't just keep running. It has to catch in a berm and run around to catchments, and it's just requirements. We are having trouble with battery fires, and I brought this up before. The last one, the payloader, it ignited it, of course, when they're pushing garbage. Then lithium batteries are the ones. And so in the manual, it says you need to drown them. You need to drown these batteries to stop them from burning. Well, they found out with some of these lithium batteries, they come back to life once they dry out, and they continue. But that's what's in the manual. So our new practices down there is it's sand. The batteries now in our own, so the province is changing some of that wording, I guess, in that they must go into sand, so they have to be collected. But we are having a lot of problem. Luckily, our guys up top are on top of it immediately as soon as they see a little smolder there, because we do not want a fire, as you've seen in some of the other municipal landfills. The Ag Plastic Pilot Program ends here at the end of December. Don't get mad, we're going to continue to collect them because there will be a program in place. We don't know what it is right now. We were one of the pilots locations, and I'm pretty sure we'll become a permanent program site, I should say, when the permanent program comes in on January 1st. Most of the bags right now are going to Bashor, but if you drive by Bashor, there's a massive pile up there. But we will continue to collect them. The budget, we've caught up. The 2024 books are at the auditors, so hopefully we'll have them by our last meeting here in October before the change in who sits at the table. So now to solar panels. If you have a solar panel at home and we all have the little ones on it, holiday trailers and whatnot else. We, as an electronics recycling collection location, and there's multiple around the communities. I know there's a little one in Carbon too, but they all come to the drum. We will continue to take them because it's just smaller amounts. But anything to do with industry, we are not collecting, period. And we have not up to now. We send them on to ARMA, which is the Alberta Recycling Management Board, and they have to deal with it because there's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot damaged in transit, even being built. There's a lot. So But if you have one at home, you can still bring it in for recycling. We do still collect them. Anything that has a cord, the electronic recycling program, we collect all that stuff. But nothing to do with industry at this point, and I don't know if we ever will. And sorry, there's not necessarily a lot of minutes at time because we're still working with the town of what the town is offering for the Drumheller. We do get our minutes, they're always behind, but we're just trying to work out what the town of Drumheller is going to continue to do on the administration side for the landfill.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Are there any other, anybody else wanting to jump in? Maybe what I would do is beg your indulgence, and we'll just talk about the Central Zone meeting that happened here Friday. And just a reminder that there is a Central Zone General meeting coming up. And I did send you all an email related to that. And I'm sure you probably all lost it, but it's October the 3rd. And it's Pheasant-Back Golf Club, I think, in Lacombe County, I think it maybe is where it's at. Yeah. So, I mean, everybody's busy, everybody's doing different things. It was, one thing that really jumped out at me was, came out of Bighorn, and the Reeve there was telling us that they just have a new operations facility that they opened, and it's a net zero building. And they got $1 million grant from FCM in order to make that net zero building happen. And so they just got that thing opened. County of Red Deer has some new and interesting things happening on their land use bylaw and MDP, and they've created a ag non-residential designation in their land use. So it's a way of preserving ag land. So they didn't up till now, they've never allowed this previously, but they now allow 2 subdivisions on a quarter, and the remnant, and to get that second subdivision, they have to do an area structure plan. And they're looking at this ag non-residential for the remnant, so.
Which county is this again?
Red Deer.
Very interesting, isn't it?
And the goal is to preserve farmland. So, just a couple of things, and of course, you know, our friend Paul from Ponoka County, he talked about the fact that in Canada, I think it's $4.2 billion to the gross domestic product for steel, whereas canola is $43.7 billion. And he talked about $51 billion in car production and the amount of support that's going on equally. So anyway, just a couple of little tidbits from that meeting.
Good stats.
Anyway, if there's no questions or anything else, I would take a motion to accept for information. Councillor Cunningham.
I'll move that council accepts for information the council and committee reports as presented.
All right. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. And then one of our more fun events, which would be the council follow-up action list.
Like how you say fun.
One of the things we do regularly that Mr. Zier really appreciates and loves. And the only thing I'm going to say related to that is thank you to Kneehill County and administration and all those involved in getting the Buffalo Jump Road resurfaced. It's an amazing little piece of roadway. Thank you. Speed still 80 kilometers an hour. We did not upgrade the speed limit. Councillor Christie, the speed limit's still 80 kilometers an hour.
Hey, come on, last night I waited 3 times for trucks, and they did told me, we're going slow. And one of them was deer hunting.
Yeah, running over. Okay, any questions on the council action items? I don't see any, so I would accept a motion to accept. Councillor Christie?
I was so moved.
Okay, so we have a motion to accept the council follow-up action list as presented. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So next item in our agenda is closed session. We have 2 items that I know of in closed session. One is third-party business under Access to Information Act, Section 19. And the second one is intergovernmental relations, Section 26, under the Access to Information Act. I would entertain a motion to go into closed session. I think that was all of council. Councillor Phobes, thank you. We'll designate you. All those in favor? And that motion's carried unanimous. Thank you.
1 minute break?
Yes, let's take a 1-minute break.
Let's take 2, I don't think I can get there.
Okay, somebody asked for 2. Okay, it's 3:29. We had a motion to come out of closed session at 3:27. We recessed briefly to allow the return of the public. It's now 3:29. I'll call our meeting back to order. We're in closed session for two items under third-party business, section 19, and intergovernmental relations, section 26. There are no motions coming forward from closed session. And the next item of business is motion to adjourn at 3:29. We are adjourned.
Wow.